All right, welcome back to strategic planning. We are calling this meeting back to order. As I said before the break, next coming up would be a discussion about sustainability and specifically our refuse contract update. We signed a refuse contract in 2016. It is set to expire in 2024, and so it's time to start thinking about that. Mr. Vanderpool, anything to set this up, or do you want me to just call Mr. Moore up to the podium?
Mayor, just you touched on it. I just wanted to emphasize we have discussed this in the past at strategic planning and some of the concepts we're going to be talking about this afternoon. But the timing is right. April 24 sounds like it's way off, but bids are going out very soon within the next couple of months. So our DPW director is going to lead us through this, and I'm sure we're going to have a good discussion on it, no doubt.
Okay, Mr. Moore, the floor is yours.
All right, thank you, Mayor, and good afternoon, members of council, city manager, city attorney, and residents watching and residents in the audience. As the city manager briefly touched on, wanted to provide an update today to the refuse and recycling contract and where the city desires, what our desires are moving forward, being that the expiration is coming up pretty soon. I thought the best way to start would be to just briefly go back a bit and talk about the level of service that we currently have before we get into what we are looking to transition the city to. As mentioned, we signed a contract in 2016. That was an 8-year contract and expires April 30th of 2024. Our current method of collection for refuse is really just a wild combination of mixed containers from 37-gallon plastic containers to a myriad of different size containers you can pick up at a hardware store. You can place kitchen bags at the curb, black garbage bags at the curb, or you could purchase an actual cart that the vendor sells to place all of your refuse in. Yard waste is pretty similar, myriad of different style and size containers that can be serviced so long as you put the yard waste or compost sticker on the container. The most common container, if you will, is the brown paper bag, and then this similar with the cart. You could purchase a cart from the vendor to put all of your yard waste in. And lastly, recycling. We do have our recycle center at the city of Sterling Heights, but the predominant choice for residents, roughly 10,000 households, so about a quarter of our households do sign up for our subscription-based curbside recycling, which is a 65-gallon cart at the cost of $57 a year that is serviced weekly. If we look at our costs compared to some of our neighbors and other communities that we often compare ourselves to, in the blue you'll see the average house home in Sterling Heights, the annual cost for refuse and yard waste service every week, roughly $74 per year. And should you be a recycler in Sterling Heights and pay the extra $57, you'd be in the green at $131 annually for the average home. So on the lower end of cost. So what's our plans for the next contract? As the city manager mentioned, it expires in just over 1 year, and our thought was to award a new contract this year so that it provides one entire year for a couple of things. One being the preparation for the transition to cart collection for the entire community, and we'll get into that during this presentation. In today's climate, we all know a lot of things are taking far longer than we're used to, so this provides the new vendor 1 year to purchase equipment, and that could be in the form of vehicles, but that could also be the containers and the carts for the city, so an entire year to purchase items. And most importantly, that affords the team at the city and at the vendor to create a public education campaign, as no doubt transitioning the city to carts will create a lot of questions and concerns. So we'll have a very thorough public education campaign should we go this route. So with our cart collection for refuse, possibly yard waste, and hopefully a universal curbside recycling program. It would be our desire that everything goes inside the cart. So no more bags on the street that have the potential for the rodents to get into or just have a very poor look for our city. And some may think, well, I have a lot of refuse. How am I going to put it all in a container? We also have to keep in mind that should we choose universal curbside recycling, one would think a large volume of material throughout the week you could put into that recycling container, thereby reducing the volume you would put into your refuse container. Going this route, nothing would change with special collections or bulk collections. So should any resident have some small home renovations, let's say carpet, they'd have it wouldn't change anything to bundle it, tie it, put it at the curb. If they had a new stove, they would put it outside a white goods pickup. So nothing would change with special collection or bulk collection. So when I had mentioned a year to purchase equipment, we know that these garbage trucks are very expensive and it takes a long time to get. So moving forward a year ahead of schedule allows the new vendor to purchase a piece of equipment like this and this. And in the next, I'll skip ahead a little bit here, but there's a couple things to note in these pictures. One is this is only a one-person operation for the new vendors, so therefore less people to employ, hopefully meaning less cost, if we just use a completely automated system. So the operator of said truck never gets out. It's just a mechanical arm that picks up this container, so less people on the truck. Secondly, wherever the resident places their cart, it's going back in the exact same spot. So I know we've all taken some calls of, there may have been an accident where the cart went back. Well, this piece of equipment will put it back right where where they serviced it. Okay, so as I said, I skipped ahead just a bit, but by using an automated cart system, we would think we can reduce the volume of contractor personnel, reducing cost, so better contract employee longevity, retention, and therefore better route service continuity, especially in times like we've seen over the last couple of years. Carts do allow for a cleaner and more uniform appearance on trash day, which we'll have a few photos, improving neighborhood curbside appeal. Universal curbside recycling is consistent with our sustainability plan that we've spoken so much about. And as I said, carts will be placed back exactly where they were initially put by the resident. So we've had some discussion over the years about the size of the cart, so I thought it was important to mention here the specific size of the cart and the volume of material that they can hold. So 45 inches tall for the larger cart, 29 inches wide, or a footprint for the larger cart. And the reason I want to focus on that is what we would recommend is a 95-gallon refuse cart to every home and a 65-gallon recycle cart. And I know that there's been some discussion of there may not be the appropriate amount of room to store the larger cart, but it's only 2 inches wider on the footprint. Typically, measuring something for height isn't a storage problem for you. It's usually the floor space it would take up. So the larger cart is only 2 inches wider, but if you look on the bottom, it holds quite a lot of material, 10, 13-gallon or 10 kitchen-sized trash bags, so a lot of material. But keep in mind, if you have both of these, the average home should be able to utilize, not even have to utilize the entire capacity amount for every weekly service. So, mobile and easy to maneuver. You see it looks like a young child here and a senior on the other side. I purchased a cart myself at my house, and my 6-year-old son Levi, that's his job. He takes the trash from the house to the curb, and after it's serviced, he brings the cart back. That's his job. Visioning 2030 guiding principle, an important note here. Well-maintained and desirable neighborhoods. And when I read that sentence, I don't think of the picture on the left, which is Sterling Heights. I just don't. I think of the picture on the right-hand side. When I look at the picture on the left-hand side of our current method of refuse collection, miscellaneous bags, handful of boxes, carts of all sizes, stuff blowing around down the street, lids down the street. I don't think well-maintained and desirable neighborhoods. But when I look on the right-hand side, that's what I think of. And I'm willing to bet that when other folks enter our city, they know when it's trash day because they see that left side of the picture. They clearly know it's refuse collection day in Sterling Heights. Well, one more, aesthetics. So another Visioning 2030 guiding principle, well-maintained and aesthetically pleasing roads and green spaces. I look at the left-hand side, I guess I still just don't really see that. Again, garbage bags, miscellaneous cans, the lid's probably blown down the street somewhere. Soon the wind will knock everything over and blow all that down the street too. However, on the right-hand side, a far more uniform appearance through our neighborhoods to where I would say on trash collection day and you see those carts at the curb in other communities, you kind of don't even pay any attention. It doesn't really catch your eye so much as on the left-hand side. And then, of course, with our current method of collection, the bags and the small containers that blow over, we have the potential for rodent issues in the community. On the left-hand side, you can see this fella's standing on a lid too. So containers that blow over, lids blowing down the street, and then that fosters rodent activity, rodent concerns, litter. I would think that with one of those carts, not only would I guess that rodents can't climb the side of that cart, they surely can't open the lid, and those lids are not gonna come off those carts on a windy day. So in my earlier slide, I had shown some comparative costs, and this slide shows Sterling Heights not highlighted and other communities highlighted that have some method of cart collection, whether that be refuse or universal recycling or potentially both. So all the communities highlighted here have a cart collection program. And if we zoom out and we include Oakland County, all these communities also have a cart collection program. So an interesting note when we're talking about this topic. So myself and Finance and Budget Director Jennifer Varney, we did some estimating, and we would estimate that Sterling Heights, should we pursue something as described in this presentation, we estimate the annual cost would be somewhere between $150 and $200 a year for the average household. So we still fall in line somewhere amongst our comparable communities. And on the right-hand side of this slide, we did increase the other communities by 5%, just as we weren't sure where their contract ends, what year. So nonetheless, we still fall somewhere within the middle of our neighbors. And the last slide for the presentation, a short timeline. We expect an RFP to go out in the next 60 to 90 days. We would like to award the new contract this spring, 2023, a very thorough public education campaign this fall of 2023, and then the new contract to start next spring, April 2024. Thank you, and I'll be happy to answer any questions you have.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Moore. At this time, I'll ask the audience if there's any questions. Mr. Van Sickle.
Thank you, Mayor. Don Van Sickle.
Thank you.
I'd like to strongly oppose carts for yard waste. Many weeks I have nothing. Other weeks I have 6 or 8 bags. I know I can't have 6 or 8 carts. And so I wouldn't know how to really handle yard waste if we got away from the bags. Also, a question, routinely I see people put things out for trash, roll of carpet, old chairs, small pieces of furniture. I don't know that these things would fit in a cart. How are we going to handle these for our residents? Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Van Sickle. Anyone else Yes, sir? I know this is a presentation, but, you know, the slide showing the carpets on the left-hand side and the two very neat containers on the right-hand side is very misleading. My radar goes up, you know, when I see a misleading slide like that, and there's no way to put all those carpets into those two neat containers. And then the other comment that I've got to make is that, you know, we're just got done talking in the morning session about beautification of our city. I'm just wondering where we're going to put all these carts. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Anyone else? If not, council would like to go first.
Mr. Mayor.
You want it?
Yeah, I'll jump in, why not?
Okay, Mr.
Why wait?
Yanez. Why wait?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So through the chair to Mr. Moore. I thought the same thing, I'm gonna echo this. So quite often I see roll of carpets, other items that probably won't fit into a cart. I'm also thinking about things like the extra trash we have on holidays, spring cleaning when people clean out their homes and garages, when they're moving out, whatever. What are we supposed to do? Because quite often there won't be enough room in a cart for items like that. Can you respond to that, please?
Mr. Moore.
Great question, and thanks for asking that question because it helps me also answer the question from the resident. With the odd items such as the carpet that was brought up, that would be considered a bulk item or a special collection item. So anytime, even currently, should somebody want to put carpet out at the curb for collection, that will not change even moving to a cart program. That would still be required to be put at the curb, bundled, tied, no more than 4 foot lengths. So that process will not change. The expectation is not that carpet and chairs can go into a cart. That's not the expectation. Those items would be a separate phone call as they currently are today.
So that one person that's in the truck with the automated system, still gonna have to get out of the truck to handle those issues?
No, that would be radioed back to the route
Oh, separate
supervisor.
truck. I missed that, okay.
That would be radioed back to the route supervisor, who then schedules for those items to be collected separately.
Okay. And then, thank you, Mr. Moore. And then, just a couple of comments. I agree with Commissioner Van Sickle. 3 carts. My daughter lives in Shelby Township, and you're absolutely right. That picture of that street lined with the carts, her neighborhood is immaculate just because of the carts. But they have 3 carts. And I live in a 2-bedroom condo. I don't have a lot of room. 2 carts would be tight. 3 carts would be too many. And I think we should really be encouraging people to mulch anyways, so we're not sending a truck around to pick up leaves and grass. The whole purpose of that is to organically recycle, and if we're increasing our carbon footprint by driving a diesel truck around, we're not really helping that. We're helping maybe the citizens get rid of their leaves and grass, but mulching would do that as well. And the other thing is, quite often I see items like TVs, old tube TVs, computer screens, electronics that can also be recycled, and we recycle them right here in Sterling Heights at Great Lakes Electronic Recycling. Every Friday, citizens can go to Great Lakes and they have a dumpster out there and you can put your electronics in there for recycling. I would like to see a contract that directs the contractor not to pick up recyclable objects like that. That's my 2 cents. That's all I have, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Yanez. Would like to go next? Nobody?
I'll go, I guess.
Okay, Mr. Radke.
Okay, I was gonna wait, but, just a few questions or concerns. To Councilman Yanez's point, I have family who live in Shelby Township. I know people who live in Warren. These carts are most often stored on the side of homes. So, and that's how people store their garbage cans now. A lot of people say they put it in their garage, but if you literally walk around our neighborhoods, we all know it's a lie. It's a convenient fiction. So I don't see a problem with 3 cans on the side of a house compared to the 7 or 8 that I see in some houses now. I guess my concern with yard waste is, one, my father would kill me if we stopped picking it up. But more than that, what would we do with branches or other large yard waste objects? Right now they're bundled or twined and put on the side. How would that work with the carts? I guess through the chair to Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore?
Let me clear up one item as far as yard waste goes. There may be a little confusion. There is no desire by city administration to have yard waste collected in a cart. That is an option.
Okay.
What I would envision would be similar to, yard waste should almost not change. What I envision yard waste potentially being is, if you have a brown bag, throw it in the brown bag. If you chose to purchase a cart, as you can today, you can purchase a cart and put the compost sticker on it, no problem. The same, because of that caveat, that is a rear load truck. That is not an automated arm truck because of the brown bag option. Therefore, you could still put out your branches and it would be collected by the same folks in that truck.
Okay. I just know that Shelby Township and Warren have both gone to 3 carts. Looking at this map, most of the surrounding area has gone to some form of cartage. And I don't think that Sterling Heights is uniquely trashy, or we don't produce more trash on average than any of our surrounding communities. If other communities can make this work, I don't know why we couldn't. I have moved my recycling cart, which I pay for out of pocket, for a couple years now, and I've never had any problem. And actually, I think it's frankly easier to move than most of my trash cans, just because I can roll it. The one thing I would say is, if we do mandate universal recycling, which we should do, I think that we should mandate that condos and apartments in Sterling Heights should have to provide some form of recycling to their residents. Because right now I live in a condo that has absolutely no recycling, so I take all my recycling to my dad's house and put it in his recycling bin. But most condos and apartments were built before we had the option of recycling, and they do not have trash cans or any kind of way to recycle. And it creates a real problem for me, because I'm running around this way. We should make sure that apartments and condos have the same options as our single-family homes, because they are growing in the city, they're producing refuse too, and that would be a huge blind spot if we let them not recycle when we're having everyone else do their best to recycle. And I guess that's all I have right now, but maybe I'll come back later. That's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
Anyone else? Mrs. Schmidt?
Thank you. Through the chair to Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore, you had mentioned that your desire would be 95 gallons for garbage and 65 gallons for recycle. My question is, people that live alone in a home, 95 gallons is huge. I can say my family of 4, because I recycle, we put 2 bags of garbage out a week, which fits into 1 can. So would it be possible to have an optional 65 gallon for garbage as well?
Mr. Moore?
Definitely understand your concern. Other communities that we spoke to have faced the exact same challenge. Those who gave the option found it to be extremely difficult administratively to determine what cart went where, and then when a resident wanted to switch a different way. Our recommendation, specifically from what our neighbors have told us, is pick the size of the cart, and all this can be built into the specifications. That's why we're here, right? But our recommendation would be everybody gets the same size cart. Should there be a concern, maybe after a window of time, that cart could be potentially swapped out. But those are all options that we can choose to put into the RFP.
That's the only sticking point for me, is I would like that option. And if they're 2 totally different colors to differentiate between garbage and recycling, that would be what I would be most happy with, to at least give people the option. Other than that, I'm glad you clarified about we can still use lawn bags. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Ms. Schmidt, do you mind if I ask a follow-up to it? Is your concern the size or the ability to get it to the curb, or what?
Just the size.
Okay.
Taking up more space than I really need to take up, because I'm not going to utilize 95 gallons. 95 gallons is 10 bags. I have 2. So,
Right.
and that's just not me personally. I mean, that's a family of 4 that recycles. But there's a lot of single-family couples, you know, that don't need 95 gallons a week, 10 bags.
Right.
So,
Okay, thank
that's
you.
it. Yep.
May I ask a follow-up?
We'll do a second round. Probably shouldn't have done that. We'll do,
Question on her question.
go ahead real quick.
I guess my question is, if we offer 2 sizes, is that going to increase the cost of our contract? Standardizing one size across the way, I think, would be like buying in bulk. And if we offer 2 options, I think that would both, 1, create administrative work, and 2, I wonder if it would increase the cost of our contract. It's through the chair to Mr. Moore.
Did Mr. Moore any thoughts on that, or do you have that information?
I would agree with that thought process as well, too, that the more options we request in an RFP like that could likely drive the cost up, because said vendor will need to then purchase and prepare for that extra amount of carts.
Okay. Mrs. Sarowski.
Well, that was what I was going to suggest was the issue as well. So thank you for that follow-up, Mr. Radke. So my next question would then be, if we did have 2 options, we would have to then have multiple reserves of both sizes. That would increase space for us. That would increase costs, I would expect, through the chair to Mr. Moore. And then we would also then need to have, it would just, I see that as being an excessive cost to the city. If you have 1 option, then it's one cost across the board. Makes sense to me. So I'm in favor of this. I think that this is, to me, I keep my trash cans actually hidden behind, in my backyard, hidden behind a screening process, so I don't see any difference in what I would do anyway. So this is great. I only use 2 bags as well, Mrs. Schmidt, so I would still use the big one just so that I would have space. Whenever we have something large, we usually, as Mr. Vanderpool knows, we rent a dumpster so that we have big space to use. We've done a lot of reconstruction at my house this past year, so.
New floors.
I'm sorry?
New floors.
Yeah, new floors, got rid of a pool, all sorts of good things, got rid of a fence. So thank you. I think this is good. I know that we do want to keep our city from having rodents running around. They do love to come into trash, no matter what type of, how far we are from any type of freestanding water or rivers, they still seem to find us. So these thick plastic containers would be a bonus instead of bags going out onto the curb. So I think this is a good addition, and I'm all for it. So thank you, Mayor. That's all I have.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Sarowski. Mrs. Zarko.
Thanks, Mayor Taylor. First of all, I'm really grateful that we are discussing this now, because we know that this is a very competitive contract. Mike,
Yeah, can you get?
we
and
know
sir-
that this is a very,
Sir, you can have a seat. We're not going to have any follow-up right now, so you can have a seat if you'd like.
My name was brought up, so I'd like to be able to comment.
I understand, but we're going to have you go sit back down, okay?
So you're saying that even though that, Mr. Radke, I'm just wondering.
Yeah, look, this is not a debate, okay? You don't get a chance to respond to everything anybody says. We've given you a chance to talk, and I appreciate that you're here and participating. You will have a time to come up again, and if you want to address it at that time, you may. But I can tell you, I can promise you, I'm not saying this to frustrate you. I promise you, it's like we're all going to just have an opportunity to talk amongst the 7 of us for the public to hear, but we can't do this. You know, this has already derailed this. And if we
Okay,
keep doing like this.
Just don't mention my name.
Okay, thank you, sir. I'm sorry, Ms. Zarko.
thank you, Mayor Taylor. I'm glad we're bringing this up, because we all know this is a very competitive contract, because there's money in trash. And I think it's, 8 years ago, we had, and even before that, we've always had this debate about mandatory recycling. It's time. I really think it's time that we do this. And it is more aesthetically pleasing, to see, carts on the street. But first of all, I can remember some of the arguments that we had against these cans were that senior citizens couldn't get them to the cart or to the curb. But I have to tell you, my mom's going to be 94 years old, and up until probably 2 years ago, she took the carts to the curb and said that was the best thing that she ever did, rather than taking bags or whatever. It was all one trip on wheels, and she went there. In her community, they are issued 2 recycling carts, the larger ones, and 2 garbage containers. That's what their process is in that community, and it's a smaller community than Sterling Heights. So I guess I would ask the question is, what percentage of residents in the community actually get rid of 10 bags of garbage a week? Would be my question. And then if it is a large percentage, then we know that there is no other option but to go with the larger cart. Is there a problem if we go with the yard waste and they are in bags that you couldn't put the bags in the cart, the brown bags in the cart? And it is then, sometimes you might have 2 bags on, with twigs and everything else. And other times in the fall, that people have 10 bags of leaves, even, they mulched, it's so, that's another, option. There's a lot of different ways to look at this. But I am in favor of us finding a universal, way to do this. My other thought is the cost. Is this going to be something that'll just be rolled into the refuge fee that we charge per year? Will it be a line item that's on their tax bill? You keeping track of all my questions?
I'm trying.
Okay. And the other thing is I know that in my neighborhood, when I see a car on Saturday filled with garbage, dumped in somebody's garage, and then on Monday, they take all somebody's garbage from another city and put it on their curb so that our residents can pay for this garbage pickup that shouldn't have been there to begin with. So I'd like to monitor those because it happens like on a regular basis. So it's almost like they flip houses and you just see the same thing on the curb every week. So I'd like to have us look into that and investigate that because it really does cost the residents then. The other thing is talk about oversized pickup. I'd really like to do some kind of campaign that tells people when they have an appliance or they have a couch or they have chairs that they need to make a call, that it shouldn't be one of us driving around and seeing it on the street and saying, hey, Mike, we need a, pickup, because it's, it's a bulk pickup. So I'd like you to look into that. I'm lucky enough that I use my garage for a garage. I have 2 cars in it, my recycling bin in it, and my garbage can in it. So I'm lucky that I have that space. I keep my recycling in the garage sometimes until the morning that it's going to be picked up because I don't want it to get wet if it's raining or snowing or whatever. I make sure that the elements don't affect what I have in the can because if it does, then they dump it into the truck and then the whole truck is useless. So, those are things that when you talk about educating people on how to do this, it's a process. So that would be the only thing is to remind people that they need to keep that can dry. The other ones I'm sure could go on the side of your house if people would have, a place to put the other cans. So I'm not opposed to that. And I do have to say that right now, when you have the drivers in the truck and when you're emptying it manually, there are times that not everything ends up in the truck and it's on the street, and that's where it stays. And we know we have complaints about that. I think this would eliminate some of those complaints as if everything was in the cart. And I think that's it. Nothing further.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Zerko. Mrs. Koski? I got it.
Thank you, Mayor. In regard to the CART program, annual costs, refuge, recycling, and yard waste, Sterling Heights, you said $150 to $200. Now, that range is if we use all 3, and it would vary depending on how many we would choose, which services we would choose. What are you recommending? All 3?
The city's recommendation is the universal curbside recycling for all residents and a refuse cart for all residents.
So we get both. Now, it's a line item on our tax bill. It used to be in regard to assessment millage. Are you going to change then to a flat fee?
No, there would be no change to a flat fee. It would still be the same calculation using an assessment.
So if you have a $500,000 house, you're going to pay a little bit more than the fellow that has 150, right?
That's correct.
Okay. But the cart isn't too bad pushing, or I should say, pulling it back up when it's empty. I do have a little difficulty pushing it out when it's full because I've been doing a lot of spring cleaning. So I don't know if I can handle 2 carts. I'll have to think about that. That's all I need. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mrs. Koski. I guess I was going to ask that too about what the administration's ultimate recommendation is going to be, and maybe it'll depend on what the bids come back at. But in a perfect world right now, and how would the yard waste carts fit into this?
I would say we can develop that in the RFP how we would like to, but at this stage, I think we would offer the yard waste carts as an option as they are now. Right now, you can purchase a yard waste cart from our current vendor, and we would offer that with the new program.
Okay. And it would be sort of like I purchased the trash cart. So I use the trash cart. Not everyone in my neighborhood does. Several do. And, I'm never there when they unload it, but they're not, I don't think they're using an automated arm for the trash, are they? Or sometimes they are, because I've seen them sometimes where they literally take the cart to the back and just start throwing the bag, pulling the bags out and throwing it into the back of the truck. Do they use those automated arms on some trucks for the trash carts right now?
Typically not.
Okay.
What you're describing is the rear load for if you had purchased a refuse cart, and
Yeah.
that would be the exact same way they would handle yard waste, rear load in the back of the truck.
So that's essentially what I was getting at. That's what they'll do with yard waste.
Yes.
Okay. Do you know, Jason, you might know this better, is there any ordinance regarding leaving trash carts outside your house? Mr. Castor, do you know?
So you're allowed to leave carts out. It'd be behind that front setback line, like the front of your house. They have to be behind that, so you couldn't have them in front of your garage. If they're on the side where most people store them, it would be perfectly fine.
Okay. I got letters from the homeowners association, though. You can't do anything about that, and I can't either. I can't either. When I moved into my neighborhood, the next door neighbor was the president of the homeowners association, and he's like, "Yeah, it's a lot of work, and he's going through like the complaints he gets, and I said, I know all too well, buddy, but it's good too. And I shouldn't just focus on the complaints. Okay, so I want to ask this because it's been mentioned, it hasn't been fully explained, and if I'm a resident out there, my probably biggest question is, all right, I had it pulled up and then I lost it, but I remember we went through this exercise a year or 18 months ago or a long time ago, because we were looking at how expensive recycling had been, and we talked about getting into recycling and, this curbside recycling program that you opt in and subscribe to isn't ideal. But when we went through everything, I remember thinking we have a pretty good price from GFL. We negotiated a very good contract in 2016 in terms of price, and the cost of recycling had gone up dramatically before the pandemic. I don't know where it is right now, but yeah, so we're at $74. If you don't subscribe to the curbside, you're paying $74 basically per household for your refuse and yard collection, which is like a third of what Rochester Hills residents are paying. So to a resident who's not using a cart who's not subscribed to curbside recycling, the subscription-based program, their cost versus what their cost will be after implementation of universal curbside recycling and a cart program, I mean, their cost is going to double. Conservatively, could almost triple, right? So can you tell us, I mean, I could probably do the math. I think it's, around $5 million is the annual contract, give or take. We're going to see refuse collection go up to at least $10 million a year or thereabouts. Is that fair?
For the calculation, I would defer to our Finance and Budget Director, Jennifer Varney, to clear that up. But one item I would like to mention while she's making her way up is, yes, the cost will go up should we choose this enhanced level of service. But something we haven't spoke about is, I think it's probably fair to say that even our current method of collection, that price is going to increase anyways. So residents could most likely expect, even if we were to stay with this method, a cost increase as well.
Well, thank you for coming up, Ms. Varney, but before you get there, what would happen if the contract expires? What would GFL's rights be and what are our rights be if we just don't have another contract in place? Is there a mechanism in the current contract to go on a month-to-month basis, something like that?
We don't have anything spelled out as far as a month-to-month, but I think it would come down to a negotiation of would they be willing to extend their prices for X amount of time until something was resolved.
My sense is that they would not. I mean, I get the sense that GFL is losing money on this contract. Nobody's actually said that to me, but I mean, if you just look at our price compared to, I mean, GFL is in Shelby Township. So look at what we're paying, $74 a household versus $198. Now they have recycling and they have carts and they have a lot of services that they're getting. But I mean, it's safe to say that they're working under a better pricing as well, and that the cost of everything has gone up dramatically in the last 2 years, and so I can understand that. Mrs. Varney.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So what I did to estimate how much this would cost the average resident, about 2 years ago, we had got some quotes from GFL as to what curbside recycling and universal carts would cost at that time. I conservatively bumped that up by about 20%, just based on what's been going on in the world. And you are pretty accurate that for the average resident, the cost is going to about double the refuse millage. So the cost right now, like you said, is just under $5 million is what we pay GFL annually. Adding the 20% to what they quoted 2 years ago gets us to about $9.8 million. And again, we always quote, Mrs. Kosky is correct that this was a millage, so what you pay is dependent upon the value of your home. We always quote the average home, which the average home in Sterling Heights is a taxable value of about $85,000. And adding the 20% for the average home in Sterling Heights would bring the average cost to about $167 annually. Again, based on the estimates we had 2 years ago, bumped up by 20% to try to be conservative on what they may or may not come in now.
Okay.
And again, that's for both the cart, the universal cart and curbside recycling. Interesting is that the recycling portion of itself, even at the 20% for the average home, comes out to about $58, which is really close to the voluntary price right now.
Yeah. So when we bill for this, or when you set the millage rate, step back from that. This is a millage rate that can float based on whatever the contractor is charging us, right?
That's correct. There is a cap. So this millage rate is outside of our city operating millage that's set by charter. And so this is set by something called Act 298. It's a maximum 3 mills that cities are allowed to charge for refuse. That has eroded a little bit over time because of Headley, so now I think our maximum is like 2.627. And this calculation would have the millage rate coming pretty close to 2 mills. But
And
yes,
is
it fluctuates, I'm sorry, based on cost and based on taxable value. So the taxable value of the city goes up, the millage would go down respectively.
So without having looked at the tax bill or the budget recently, is it fair to say that the current millage for refuse collection is around 1 mil?
That's correct, yeah, it's about
Okay.
0.95.
So everybody's going to see just about a 100% increase. Okay. When you set the millage rate, it's obviously an estimate of what you're going to take in, right? So when you get to the end of the year, if you're off by a couple $100,000 either way, how does that get reconciled?
I mean, we're pretty close because again, the garbage contract is usually set, I mean, it's set for the past 8 years. We've known exactly what the cost is. I know what the taxable value is. I mean, there's really not a big difference. It's a
So you
pretty.
just add up all the taxable values, you do the math, and then you get it. And we don't have a lot of delinquencies, and we don't have a whole lot of tax tribunal issues or like the Board of Review, right? So it's easy to calculate. Okay. Thank you, Ms. Varney. I appreciate it. I think, Mr. Moore, maybe you can answer, maybe Mr. Vanderpool can answer. I'd like more information about what you anticipate is going to be part of the public information campaign. And either one of you. Reading through this, somewhere it says, the bids will go out in the next 60 or 90 days, then we'll get them back. We'll award a contract sometime this summer, late summer, and then fall would be public education campaign.
That's right.
What would that entail?
Mayor, well, first of all, we want to make sure we get a bid out and we get this approved by City Council, whatever the final program is. And once we know that, and as Mr. Morris said in his presentation, could take 60 days. Even that may be ambitious, but that's the reason we got to get started on this now. And then we're going to need a good 6 months. I mean, we want to develop videos, we want to have some public forums, we want to, we'll certainly have inserts in our various mailings and so on. We want to make sure the community is very aware of this program. We would likely, there would be no point in keeping the one remaining drop-off center operational. So, we want to make sure we highly publicize all that. So there's a lot of public information that's going to be needed to ramp up to the start date on May 1, 2024. And we're going to need at least 6 months to do that, not to mention a couple of months just to prepare for it, to get community relations focused on it, get the marketing campaign established, big social media push. We have a listserv of approximately 50,000 people. There's lots of ways we can reach out to the community, but it's so important they understand that universal curbside recycling is now available. And the community needs to understand by participating in that how much is your wet garbage, your regular refuse going to go down. No doubt it's going to go down. And that is going to reduce the need for multiple carts or special collections and the like. And the other thing, too, we want to point out the benefits, and council touched on this some, and I can appreciate the concern for the larger cart and taking up space. But during the holidays and the like, you want to have some excess capacity, and thus a larger cart is going to be beneficial in those situations. But these are all things that we want to talk through with the community because it is a pretty significant change. And there'll be some concern. I think many will be very happy with this, but there'll be some concern about it, no doubt. And we do want to break down costs and make sure residents fully understand, how much does that cost weekly compared to driving to a drop-off center and maybe spending a half hour doing that, and how does all this relate to our sustainability plan, so on and so forth. So you can see it's very involved.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Vanderpool. I love your optimism looking at this timeline. You and I were both here in 2016.
Yeah.
And
It was rough.
it just, it didn't follow a timeline like this. And it's an important contract. I mean, it's obviously, like I think you would say it is the single biggest contract and vendor that the city has. And not only that, it's a core city service. When you talk about what does a city do, it better do some very basic core things right, and picking up the trash is one of them. Perhaps the most important, or amongst the most important. But the reality is, so Mrs. Varney said that I think she said that the average taxable value is about $87,000, right? So when you look at, like, if you just take it based on the $150 a month, or $150 a year per household, you're looking at around $12 per month. So $3-ish per trash pickup, which to me, I think is a pretty, we're blessed that we're paying significantly less than that right now. We're lucky to be in that position. But the flip side of that is, like, the residents are not lucky they're in that position. They're not getting the level of service that nearly every other community in Metro Detroit is getting. And people contact me, and I know they contact my colleagues on the city council. They say, we moved into Sterling Heights. We really thought it was a progressive town, an inclusive town, a welcoming town, a city that's trying to be unique and distinctive and cutting edge and keep up with the times, and, a place for all different types of residents and all different types of ages and all different types of everything. And then we get here and you don't have recycling. I have to pay for recycling. Like, I've heard it a number of times. And so I think it's time that we take that step. And, I'd rather look at it like, for all these years and decades, we've been saving money on it when we should have been paying for it. Now, it's going to be a bit painful, but I'm here to say that I fully support universal curbside recycling, and I fully support going to a cart program for our refuse collection. And I understand that's going to be a cost increase. I think people can figure out how to do it. The yellow map where we see everything in Macomb and Oakland County, these folks are figuring it out. And I think it's a small price to pay to make sure that we control the rodent population, control the aesthetics of our community, make it look better from the curbs, and make sure that we're doing what we can to keep as much of our waste out of landfills. So I'm in support of it. I will say I have the 65-gallon recycling cart. I also have the 95-gallon GFL trash cart. My family of 5, I hesitate to say it, but we'd get 2 of the 95-gallon carts. I don't know what to do about it, but
Pretty good over there.
I mean, no, it's just like we produce a lot of
Carbon
garbage.
footprint,
I guess, frankly, I don't know what these kids are doing, but no, we produce a lot of garbage, Mrs. Koski. So I think we buy a lot of garbage is the first problem.
That's it.
But my point is this, the carts fit, as I said, I used to keep them outside. I got a letter from the homeowners association, so I put them in the garage, and it's fine. The carts are heavy duty. They're very well built. One thing that hasn't been mentioned that I know GFL does, and we obviously we're going to put this out to bids and see who comes back and has the best bid, but GFL has always said that they will service the trash carts, right? And is that an industry standard? Is that something we can anticipate, Mr. Moore?
Yeah, I think so. That would absolutely be one of the items that we would include into the RFP, is that said vendor is going to maintain and repair any cart failure.
Now, what about if residents, this might have been asked earlier, what if residents have a heavy-duty cart already that they purchased themselves? I'm maybe asking you something that you can't answer, but do you know, is it typical in other contracts like this in other communities with other vendors do they allow you to purchase your own cart? Because I think what GFL does now is that you can use your own cart if it complies, if it fits, and if it's the right size, but they're not going to service it. And if it gets broken, they're not going to repair it.
Exactly. We can build all that stuff into, as far as if there's an old container that doesn't fit with the regulations of the cart, we can build that into the RFP that maybe that's taken, but yes, your cart would have to fit the model that can be used by the trucks.
Okay, just my 2 cents. We have both carts, both size carts. You know, the 96-gallon cart, in my opinion, it doesn't take up that much more space. It's bigger, it's definitely bigger, it's definitely got more volume, I mean, obviously. But it's not significantly more difficult to maneuver, and it's not, you know, I would say I'd like to see how much administrative expense and hassle that having different options would cause, but I prefer to keep the cost down as much as possible, because this is going to be a significant cost increase. And, you know, we have other priorities and things that we want to do, and, you know, it's never a good time to ask for more out of the residents, but I think it's long overdue, and we've been lucky to have a contract so low for the last 7 years. Final question, not to put you on the spot, Mr. Castor, but do you have any thoughts you want to share on this as our city development director and the director who's in charge of overseeing code enforcement and making sure that our city does stay aesthetically pleasing? Can you talk about what you think about this? Because I can tell you I've gotten calls from a few different residents, especially when it's windy. You know, there's a lot of complaints about the way that the neighborhoods look, and, you know, a neighbor might have trash all over his yard that blew from across the street, and he doesn't know what's my obligation. And so can you tell us what your thoughts are about going into this program?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, so from code enforcement, we would definitely be highly in favor of universal carts, just in terms of the lids that blow away, the rodent activity that can get into them, the garbage cans that may tip over on the side of the house, or, you know, when they don't have lids. I mean, it creates issues in the neighborhood. And then the trash, who's ultimately responsible to pick that trash up? Is it the neighbors? Is it mine? I mean, there's a lot of issues that can come along with not having universal carts. And I think this would go a long way to alleviate a lot of those concerns in terms of, you know, resident, neighborhood disputes and stuff like that. While they're not major, they do come up, and then oftentimes we find ourselves in the middle of it trying to figure out, who we gotta go cite, who's ultimately responsible for it. And, oftentimes it falls, to either code enforcement or DPW to have staff go out and try and help and pick up these, bags that blown around. So in terms of code enforcement, we would be 100% in favor of universal carts.
Okay, thank you for that. Anyone else have anything, one more round? Mrs. Zarko.
Okay, thanks, Mayor Taylor.
Or 2 rounds.
2 rounds, 3 rounds.
Hello.
Till we're finished. We're ahead of schedule, aren't we? Oh,
We got 28 minutes.
okay. Oh, I'm not going to take up that much time, but I'm going to have to agree with you on the fact that over the last 8 years, we've gotten a bargain on this contract, because it was actually, I thought, underbid at the time we signed it, because the next competitor was, I think it was we saved $500,000 on this contract, and to have it in place for 8 years, we have had a bargain. So we have to understand that we have been paying less than what we should have been paying. So that's the one thing. My other thought is, just because we're going to mandate a recycling cart doesn't mean people are going to recycle, and we have to remember that we might say this is the way it is. It doesn't mean that that household is going to recycle, no matter what. You could give them the cart. That doesn't mean that they're going to use it. And I would hate to have them use it in a way that isn't appropriate by having some garbage or something wet and ruin a whole truckload of recycling. That would be worse. Okay, and the last thing is, I was going to ask if you could get 2 carts, and Mayor Taylor kind of answered that question.
We'll probably have to pay for it.
Yeah, you have to pay, yeah, so you have to get 2 carts. And the other thing is you brought up an HOA, And at one time, Mrs. Schmidt and I were on the board of our HOA. It's easier to be on city council than it is on an HOA board, I'm telling you. Yes, it is, it's easier. So nothing
It's because
further.
we all don't live next to each other.
That's right. Oh, but that, nothing further.
All right, Mrs. Koski, I'll get you next, Mike.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, sorry.
To Mr. Vanderpool, as far as communicating with the residents as to what this program is all about, can we do like we did before in the past where you put a program on the website where they can calculate their own cost? Where they can find out what their millage is and multiply it out, find out what exactly the cost would be to them.
Absolutely. Councilwoman Koski, it'd be very easy to do. We could do it. And we could break it down further. You know, a lot of people relate to garbage set-outs and recycling weekly. I mean, you drag it out every week, and, you know, when it breaks down to a couple dollars a week, is that a value-added service compared to paying $1 a week? You know, so we can break it down however you'd like.
Also, I don't know if you can answer it, this question, or Mr. Moore. We don't do refuge collection for everyone. There are your commercial entities, your manufacturing entities. How are you going to coordinate with them? Are you going to just let them continue to pick their own garbage collector? They don't have to recycle? What are the thoughts there?
So this program would be geared more towards the residents. As far as commercial, the way it's currently set up right now is all commercial and industrial sectors handle their own refuse collection. So the proposed program would be the same. They could contract with any vendor that they'd like.
We're not going to ask them to participate in any way. When I say that, I mean the type of refuge that they use to collect, to prevent the little furry things with the long tails running behind the commercial buildings, checking out the prizes in the containers.
I think that would be part of the thorough education campaign that the city manager discussed, that we would push that information out to the public as well too. Not only maybe an area dedicated towards those getting the containers, but those we may know who will not, we could do a push on information for them as well too.
Do we collect for schools now, churches?
We do not.
And I'm assuming that the ones that we do not, that you will give them the same information, the plans that we have, the objective that we're working towards, so that maybe they can cooperate in their own garbage collection.
We sure can.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Mr. Radke.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple questions. The current recycling center, do we pay for it through our refuse tax, or is that an add-on budget line? Through the chair to Mr. Moore and Ms. Varney.
I believe that's through the refuse tax.
Okay.
It is.
Excellent. If we are to close that final center, it goes back to my initial point that we need to mandate recycling in both our RM2, RM3 buildings. And frankly, I think we should mandate recycling, not be required to be used, but be available at our commercial centers too. A lot of other cities do it. I used to live in New York City. New York City does it across all 5 boroughs. It's not an unheard of idea. I do understand where Mayor Taylor is coming from with the idea that the refuse tax is going to go up. When we priced this out a couple years ago, it was clear to us that we were getting a great deal on our trash, because it seems to me that Rizzo wanted this contract so badly to sell the company and play his financial games and everything else that he underbid our job. And it's clear to me from some of the behavior at GFL that they do not enjoy servicing our city. It's a cost to them, it's not a benefit. And they would be very happy for us to end the contract early even, because when we priced out recycling, they were not going to give us any deal on it. They were basically like, we're going to jack the price up all the way. So while I understand the fear of raising taxes on the residents, people have to realize that there's no one who's going to give us this deal that we have now. It's not available in the marketplace, both because fuel costs have risen and because recycling costs have risen, and it's just not tenable. I guess my next question would be, we are talking about going to recycling carts because at least 2 years ago, we had a council consensus here to go to at least to hard-sided cans to prevent the rodent problem, to prevent the skunk problem, to prevent the trash from escaping our cans. And I hate on trash day when I drive around my father's neighborhood where I grew up and see trash bags that have been literally ripped open by feral cats, by whoever, by squirrels, whatever, but there'll be trash on the side of the street that has obviously been attacked by animals. So at the very least, we need to go to some kind of hard-sided can. I guess my follow-up question would be, is a single driver refuse cart a cheaper option than what we're doing now? If you went to GFL or went to Waste Management, would they say that a driver with a guy on the back hanging off, throwing stuff in would be cheaper? Or would the refuse carts with a single driver be cheaper for them? What would the comparison cost be?
I think if you were to compare the point of contact service cost per stop, the cheaper cost would be the automated system that we're proposing.
Right. So even the automated system with the carts would probably be a cheaper option than what we are doing currently.
Correct.
Okay. We are, as far as I know, the largest community in the state that does not offer curbside recycling at every home. And it's been kind of an issue way back in 2016. This is the first time I've had a bite at the garbage contract. I've been here this is my 7th year. And I've not ever had a chance to discuss this contract in a real in-depth way. We got a great deal back then, but we missed out by not adding recycling then. And almost every resident I talk to thinks that we should have recycling now. I don't really encounter anyone who says, I don't want the recycling. If you put it in front of people, I think they'll use it, and I think they'll use it the proper way. Now, we can't get every single person to respect the recycling system. But even my father, who was somewhat of a person we had to force into it, once he saw how much was going into the recycling cart versus what was going into the trash cart, he converted. But we can't close the recycling center we have now if we don't do this for every residence in the city, including condos. Because right now, if you live in a condo and your condo association does not offer you recycling, and we close the recycling center, you are just sticking all that recycling in the trash. And that's a real problem for me. And the last thing I'd say is, standardization here is the most important thing. Carts should be standardized, cans should be standardized. I'm for yard waste cart too. I think that makes the most sense in the long run for what we're trying to accomplish here, which is to stop the pest problem, beautify our neighborhoods, and essentially try to save as much money. Because I don't want to pay more for trash, but if that's the cost, we have no choice. And that's why we have a refuse millage. The market's going to determine it. I can't, there's no way I can extort the market to get a cheaper price. The price is the price. Unless we want to take it in-house, that's the price. And we'll have to pay it. That's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Radke. Anyone? Mrs. Schmidt?
Thank you, Mayor Taylor. Through the chair to Mr. Morris. So what the bid is entailing would include the carts. Right now, residents have the choice of paying for recycling for extra or buying a garbage cart, as Mr. Taylor alluded that they do. So they bought a cart. So the bid that we're going out would not mean that our residents would have to buy the cart. It would be included in that fee. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so what about the folks like the Taylors that purchased a cart, and let's say GFL, because Mr. Taylor, did you purchase it from GFL?
Yeah, you know what? I can't remember if we bought it from the city or from GFL, but we definitely bought it, and I just can't remember.
Was it GFL or?
It would have been through GFL.
So, okay,
Yeah.
so.
And it was $87.
Okay, so this is just my question. I get everyone's going to get a cart, new cart. You need 2 carts. But people that bought a cart don't necessarily need 2 carts.
Right.
Is there some way to maybe partially reimburse them for that cart that they purchased if it's GFL? If it's another company, you're on your own. But if it is GFL, just a partial reimbursement for that cart that you bought.
Hard to say. I think that would be something we would have to include in the RFP. If you had previously, if the newly awarded vendor is the current vendor, the incumbent, there's the potential we could include in there that if we already have purchased a cart, could there be reimbursement, or is that, do we need a list of who purchased a cart and they would not receive a new cart?
Right. I mean, that's just something I'm throwing
that's
out there
something, right.
for RFPs. Also, Mrs. Arco hit on something that, yes, curbside recycling in general is the right thing to do. However, there are going to be those people that are never going to recycle. Can they opt out of taking that recycling cart if they are never going to use it?
I would think yes, absolutely. If someone were to contact, and this is part of beginning this program a year ahead so we can work through some of these concerns, but I would think absolutely yes. If we were contacted by property owner of ABC and they said, look, save it, I don't want the cart, I'm not going to use it, I don't see why we would push a cart onto them.
Right, because in my opinion, they would just misuse that cart. And I know that the goal is that everybody recycle, and that's why we want everyone to have a cart. That's not the reality of what's going to happen, and we all know that. And I'm not discouraging people from not recycling. I just am a realist in that there are some households that will never recycle. And as far as the schools, I can tell you Warren Con does recycle. The kids have a program going. We're green schools, so we are fully on board over at Warren Con. And that's all I have.
Thank you, Ms. Schmidt. Mr. Yanez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First thing, one of the things I learned from this discussion is my new side hustle is going to be selling trash compactors door to door. And I'm going to start in your neighborhood, Mr. Mayor, if I can get through security. They don't let people like me into your neighborhood, but the other thing is.
Mr. Yanez. You're welcome to my house anytime you want.
Just make sure the security guard knows I'm coming. And I'm not there to mow the lawn.
To the residents out there, he's a real comedian.
Just kidding, folks. And to Mr. Radke's point, GFL doesn't like servicing us. Because they Rizzo underbid that contract. So I had to look up the value of GFL, publicly traded company. They're worth $10.7 billion. So I don't know that they're really getting hurt by servicing Sterling Heights at a lower rate. Through the chair to whoever wants to answer this, we had talked in the past about the curbside recycling and the need for a red tag program. Will this contract include education, recycling education, or overall waste education and a red tag program? Whoever wants to tackle that.
Mr. Moore, the boss is pointed to you.
What's that?
I saw Vanderpool.
He pointed to you, but don't answer it wrong.
Yeah. No, it'll absolutely include a strong education component, as we briefly discussed. As far as the tagging program, we can absolutely take that into consideration. That would just be another item in our RFP we can ask for, that the awarded vendor conduct said tagging program.
Okay. And I do just want to make a comment about, we're going to be homers here, talk about our own personal situations. I live in a condominium complex. It's an older complex. We're connected. They're not separate condos or detached condos. My bylaws state that I can't store anything outside. I have a 2-car garage. I can probably get 2 cans in there. I may have to move a car to get them both out. Some of my neighbors only have a 1-car garage. We are not allowed to have cans outside. And the only place to put them outside, unless you live on an end unit, is underneath your kitchen window, which, when you open up the window in the springtime for fresh air, you get to smell your trash. So I think we really need to, look at everybody's situation when we're forcing something down their throats. Mrs. Yarko brought, and I'll steal your thunder if you don't mind. She did bring up the issue about the organic waste, yard waste carts. If it is cheaper to have a truck and a guy automatically picking a can up with the arm, wouldn't it be better if everybody got a yard waste cart? It would be cheaper. That's just a statement. You can respond to that if you want. And then last but not least, I wasn't here for the last discussion, so I really don't understand this, but so somebody can explain it to me. It may just be the easiest way to go, but it seems like if anything should be charged a flat fee, it should be trash. I don't care if you live in a $100,000 house or $1 million house, trash is trash. So why, if your property values are higher, other than, obviously it's fixed to a millage, why do we do it that way? And then the other thing I do want to point out, just to be clear, that if somebody does opt out of a recycle cart, they're still paying the full amount, right?
Correct.
Just one. Does anybody want to answer the why we don't do a flat fee?
It's regressive.
It's so that people in, gated communities with security have to pay more.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I'm good with that, thank you. That's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
We could charge by the can.
It does sort of make sense, though. I mean, where I live, we have bigger condos and smaller condos. Bigger condos pay more, their property tax is more than smaller condos. So they're going to pay more to pick up the same bag of trash that I'm putting out in front of my house. It doesn't make sense to me. And I hope, sorry to interrupt, Mr. Mayor, but I do hope when we pass this program and everybody's rates go up, the city takes a strong look at annually, your property taxes go up. And if we're asking the citizens to pay more, I would hope that the city takes a look at how much we're raising people's property tax. And I will say, I'll finish up, I never had anybody come to me and say, I want curbside recycling. They all said, I want to pay for my own recycling, and I don't want to lose the recycling center. That's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Yanez. Anyone else want a second bite? Ms. Zarko?
Just so that I can clarify what I said to Mr. Yanez, is that when we go out for bid, find out if it's more economical to go with the 3-cart system than the 2-cart system. Because we still are going to do a yard waste, pickup. Well, how many months do we do it? 8? No, 8 months out of the year do we do?
36.
Like 36 weeks?
8 months.
4 months on it.
It goes May to
8 months.
December.
April through almost December.
Yeah, so it's about 8 months.
Yeah.
So that service is for 8 months, okay.
I don't know where I put 3 cards.
Okay, anyone else?
Mr. Mayor, briefly.
Mr. Radke?
I understand that no one wants to pay more for trash. I don't want anyone to have to pay more for trash. But the reason that we don't do a set fee and it's a millage is because we do everything in the city by millage. If we start assessing fees for everything, it would throw out of whack how we do everything around here. We charge a millage, which is, a fee for everybody. And here's the thing, a refuse millage, and forgive me if I'm wrong, through the chair to Mr. Moore and Ms. Varney, everyone in the city pays the refuse millage. Is it just homes that pay the refuse millage, or is it everything in the city?
Everybody in the city pays a refuse millage.
Correct. So if we got rid of the refuse millage and we charged a per fee, residents are actually going to end up paying more out of pocket because it's not going to be covered by every business and every property holder in the city. It's only going to be covered by the property owner. It's very regressive. And, when you own a larger property, the expectation is you have maybe a larger house. You have more people in your property. That's why you'd have to pay more. If we charged a flat fee, someone who is on a fixed income or is on the lower end will end up paying a lot more of their income toward trash, or someone on the higher end will not. That's why we have taxes, to prevent that kind of regressive instinct. So I would be totally against a flat fee. it would be more than $167. It would probably be in the 200-something range, because I know that in Shelby Township, where they charge a fee for trash pickup, my aunt nearly pays $300 a year for this 3-can program that we're talking about here. So when we do Shelby Township does not charge a refuse millage. They charge a fee. And that's the difference. We are essentially taking their fee and we're comparing it to our millage. But the actual cost to a homeowner in Shelby Township, I believe my aunt told me, was $285 a year. So that's what we're talking about here. That's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, I'm doing the math myself, and it does appear that just based on the number of households, we wouldn't get anywhere near that $9.8 million. We'd get about 70% of the way there, which makes sense. Since businesses pay about 30% of the property taxes. Anyone else? I don't have a whole lot to add. I imagine, Mr. Moore, you and Mr. Koszubski and Mr. Vanderpool and anybody else have been taking notes, and of course this is being recorded. I imagine you're going to take this and help to produce the RFP so that when we, and that will there be multiple options? Mr. Koszubski, is it too early to tell?
Thank you, Mayor. It's too early to tell, but I do believe we'll have a couple options.
Okay. Yeah, because, I mean, I remember last time, it seemed like we had, we had like 9 different menu options, and you could, it became a little bit confusing. It'd be best to have, more options is always good, but then, it's hard to compare them, and then it's hard to get consensus among council members. I mean, just from my own standpoint, it seems like there's pretty broad consensus to move towards a cart-based system, to move towards universal curbside recycling. We've had a conversation about the increased cost. So I think we're moving in the right direction here. And I'm looking forward to seeing what ends up being produced. All right, Mr. Yanez.
Just real quick, through the chair to the city manager, how many contractors do you anticipate bidding on this contract?
Oh, I don't think it's a huge list. Mike is holding up 3 fingers, so it looks like 3 to 5, I would say.
Which fingers, Mike, are you? Who's number one? Who's number one on that list? I can probably guess at least 2. Who would the third one be? GFL Waste Management and?
I'm just thinking of GFL Waste Management. I'm not sure what happened with Republic anymore.
thought they only did commercial.
Galley. I think a few folks would throw their hat in the ring.
And I guess how competitive is a bid if we only get 2 people? I don't know how competitive that bidding process is. Oh, okay, that's all. Sorry. No, I'm just.
It's a big contract.
Well, Coke and Pepsi are pretty competitive against each other.
I'm an RC Cola guy, Mr. Mayor. Those poor people.
My goodness, I'm getting hammered over here by you today.
Who drinks RC Cola?
Where do you even find it?
Fago.
Yeah.
Fago.
At least Red Pop would make sense,
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Moore. Thank you, Mr. Castor. Thank you, Mr. Koszubski and Mr. Vanderpool and Ms. Varney for making a surprise appearance. We look forward to seeing that contract coming sometime this spring, right? And having that discussion and getting that done. I think ultimately it's going to be a very positive step in the right direction for our community, and we can put this issue of not having curbside recycling behind us once and for all. All right, so that concludes that portion of our agenda. The next up is City Council ideas and feedback, and we have about 90 minutes budgeted for this. I want to ask the council, do we want to launch right into it? Do you want to take a less than 10-minute break?
Yes.
All right, let's do a less than 10-minute break. Try to be back, it's 1:58. Let's try to be back at about 5 after. That's 7 minutes, maybe a little leeway. Okay, we'll stand in recess until about 2:05. Calling this meeting back to order. Before we left, we finished up a conversation about the refuse contract. The next item on our agenda tonight is, or today I should say, is city council ideas and feedback. It'll be night soon enough, but we have about an hour and a half budgeted for city council ideas and feedback.
Who goes after Barb?
Ms. Zarko's laughing because she has an hour and a half of ideas for herself alone, so she's going to have to figure out how to cut that back a little bit. But, so Mr. Vanderpool, you know, our city administration sets the agenda here. Just so that we're all sort of clear, you're looking for, this is an opportunity for the city council to take information they've received from the residents, information that they've developed themselves over the course of the last year, and bring it, this is the forum to bring it up and talk about it and discuss it amongst the city council to sort of add on to that priority list that we talked about back in the summer when we had our summer strategic planning session, if that's correct. So I'll open it up to the council. Any comments? Do you have any comments to make, Mr. Vanderpool, before the council?
Mayor, I think you summarized it well. We try to do the best we can, setting the agenda with topics that you have all kind of brought up in one way, shape, or form over the last year. So, you know, I think we did a pretty good job setting the agenda. At the same time, there may be some ideas and thoughts, initiatives that we left off that you may want to cover. If this only takes 10, 15 minutes, that's great. We won't oppose it at all from administration. And if we, all kidding aside, if we do get done sooner, we can kind of jump right into the roundtable. We have a lot of we have about 7 presentations planned for the roundtable, so it will take us a good half hour just to get through those. And then our legislators are joining us, our partners at the county, state, and federal level, and then we can have that discussion. So we still have plenty more to talk about, but we're happy to hear some ideas we might have missed.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Vanderpool. Then I will open it up to council. Anybody want to go first? Mr. Yanez.
Just to be clear, we can talk about something other than what we talked about this morning? Or
Yeah,
we say
anything.
Okay. So, wish list, okay. So I just have 2 brief things. We have talked in the past, I have brought up in the past, casually speaking, about expanding Rotary Park over at Hayes and Utica Road. It's a very small park. It's got a playscape on there. Nobody really uses it. There's no way for families to walk to that park and use that playscape. The property across the street has been available or up for sale for 4 or 5 years now, and I would certainly like city administration to take a look at that and cost out and present to city council what it would take to expand Rotary Park and make a larger new park/wildlife area over at that space. And I think, Mr. Vanderpool, you also brought up the portion north that used to be the old dance hall, to include that as well. So that's on my wish list. And then the other thing, I was going to bring it up under new business, so I'll just bring it up now, is since we're talking about money, and I'd really like this conversation. We spent some money today. I'd like to save some money. I brought up last year when we did the walking path behind Freedom Hill, and it included mowing the grass and the cost of mowing the grass, and that really kind of blew up into the whole thing. And then we had this issue where we went out for a contract bid to fertilize the grass, kill the weeds, and kill the algae in the ponds that's growing because of the fertilizer we put down. And I found out, we spend over $1 million a year on green space maintenance. And that led to some homework. I did some digging around. I'm trying to find out. I know that Michigan State University works with some low growth grasses that you don't have to cut as often, some other things. And I did talk to a couple of engineering firms, hoping that they could put me on to maybe an engineering firm that specializes in this. As it turns out, a couple of the firms that the city already uses does work like that. And we do a lot of contracts with a lot of people. We do a lot of investigations on whatever issues so we can move forward on a specific topic. I'd like to see us go out for, put together a packet of what we're looking for as far as saving money, doing green space maintenance, which will also further have less environmental impact, which is, two goals here: save money and have a better environment. And I would like to see the city put together a packet of that and then go out for bids and see what those bids look like. And maybe we could actually lower that green space maintenance bill. Keep in mind that we're going to have the ITC corridor park, which is what, about 2 miles? 2 miles long? Well, if it's about $16,000 a half a mile, we're adding considerably more money there. We're talking about some other spaces. So we actually keep adding more to our green space maintenance, which costs more. And I'd like to see that the city can find a way to actually maintain our green spaces while spending less money. And those are my 2 items, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Yanez.
Mayor, I'm sorry to interrupt.
Mr. Vanderpool.
Would you like me to respond to
Yeah,
these
I think
individuals?
that'd be a good idea.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor. Councilman Yanez, first let me comment on Rotary Park. Your idea is a good one, and a couple other council members have brought this up too, and I know Councilman Zarko and I talked about this recently as well. There's an enormous opportunity in that area to expand our green space and parkland area. Some may recall, I know Councilwoman Koski has great interest in this too, the Belvedere Park. There are still some remnants of Belvedere Park in that area, the columns. And for those who don't know, Belvedere Park was a destination point for Detroiters. They used to come out here to their cottages and they would dam up the Clinton River and have this incredible swimming area and this dance hall known as Belvedere Community Center, and it was a destination place. I think it was 1920 or 30s. I wasn't there, but according to our history book. So there's this wonderful history. We have our canoe landing area there. We have a livery service there. There are properties for sale there on both sides of the street. It would just be an incredible gateway to our community. It's where you enter our community from the southeast, obviously. And it looks okay driving through that gateway now, but it could look so much better if you had more open green space on both sides of the street with maybe some walkway areas, boardwalks, if you will, because some of that is floodplain area. And, if council's interested, we could take a look at that and try to master plan that some and bring it back to you. Now, of course, all this comes back to cost. But we would have to engage with the community. And it's really good timing because, we're taking our Visioning 2040 plan to the next level this year. And these are big picture initiatives and that the community needs to weigh in on as well. And I would think there'd just be an enormous amount of interest from the community to preserve more open space in the city, especially these gateway areas, and that also tie into other areas of our community like the Clinton River, our Dodge Park Trail system, and so on, and preserving these areas forevermore. We have this beautiful nature preserve up in the northwest quadrant, which I know Councilman Koski is always threatening me never to touch it, never to put it, and of course we're not going to. It'd be nice to have some lookout points though up there, but in any case, we have these great features across the city. If we can expand them in our Visioning 2040 plan, I think we'd be positioning our city very well for future generations. So appreciate you bringing that up. If there's consensus from council, we'll be happy over the next year to take a look at master planning. Now we'd have to engage a consultant, but we'd take a look at that whole area.
Mr. Vanderpool, do you want that brought up at the next city council meeting?
Or you can certainly give us direction today, that would work too.
Under new business, Mr. Mayor?
Right now. You can do it right now.
Well, then, without objection, I'd like to do what the city manager just said. Too much of it to do that, yes.
Okay, I think we have pretty good consensus then.
Thank you.
Okay,
On the other topic you brought up, green space maintenance, you mentioned we spend a significant amount of money maintaining our medians, and just by way of history and our rights of way, you know, we used to allow M59, for example, to be more of a native state where the grass would grow freely and would only be mowed a couple times a year. That was when it was under MDOT's authority. And we received a great deal of opposition. Now, that was a different time, a different era, decades ago, but we received a lot of complaints from businesses and residents alike saying it looked horrible. And this is, you know, one of the most lucrative, vibrant corridors in southeastern Michigan. And some of you may remember that grass on M59 would grow to be knee-high or longer, and it was, you know, collected litter and so on and so forth. We took over that contract from the state, much like Detroit is now trying to take over the contract from MDOT to better maintain their highways in Detroit. And I think most would agree we do an excellent job on M59. Now, to your point, though, we have more areas that are natural. So we have flattened out the detention pond areas to make them more lineal, therefore requiring less mowing. Requiring less watering of the median and so on and so forth. We've concentrated the landscaping to the intersection areas. We only water those areas, and we put in a lot of landscaping, again, minimizing mowing and so on. We've done that now with a lot of our medians. We could do more of that on like Metro Parkway, even Shaner and some others, so your point's well taken. We are looking at more no-mow zones. I know the Parks and Rec director's doing that in a lot of our park areas. You know, the Sterling Relief Drain used to be mowed many times a year, and that's now more in a natural state. And in fact, the Public Works Office intends to turn the area on the far west end of the drain, and I forget the road now that goes through there. It escapes me, but Ivy. It's Ivy that cuts over the drain, and it's all been mowed. Or even now it's mowed. It's not like the other part of the Sterling Relief Drain. And that's going to turn into a prairie habitat. We just talked with them about having some meandering walkways in that very flat land area there for that specific community, kind of a park-like area. So we do have your objectives in mind when we're thinking about future costs and maintenance of these rights-of-way medians. We do have some more work to go, but I agree we should be more mindful when we contract out these services to, in a meaningful way, in an aesthetically pleasing way, try to find more natural habitation, less mowing, and be more environmentally conscious.
I will respond to that by saying that we spend a lot of money on studies. And if, Mr. Vanderpool, if you're telling me we're already doing the best that we possibly can, I appreciate that. But I would like a professional engineering firm to look at us holistically and tell us if we're doing the best. And, you know, if it costs us X amount of dollars and we are doing the best, well, then we found out. But it should be part of our strategic plan. We should also, you know, when you're looking at our environmental impact, there's a lot of things that we could be doing. We have our sustainability commission that put together their white paper. I mean, I could go on the rest of the afternoon on this stuff, and I won't do that right now. But I do think for what we pay to maintain our green spaces versus what I think it may cost to have an engineering firm come in and take a look at what we have, what we could possibly do to do better, pollute less, pay less. I think that's well worth the finances of the taxpayers of the city. And that's it.
all right, thank you, Mr. Yanez. Mrs. Zarco?
My questions were answered. I just was going to say, I'm waiting.
Okay.
Okay.
Mr. Radke?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First, what a wonderful presentation today. I think it really hit on a lot of the things we've been talking about. And the review in our packets from last strategic planning meeting, I think that's required reading because it really tells us a lot about our city. And I hope we have a presentation coming on some of that, Mr. Vanderpool. I was contacted by a couple residents in a business. I know that Candace Miller, Commissioner Miller, has had a drain cleanout program that she's started. And there's a local drain just north of 17 Mile on the west side of Mound Road. It's directly adjacent to the local credit union. It's very small, and it's a pit. There are parking blocks in there and signs and concrete and all kinds of disgusting things. And both the local credit union and the UAW hall that's directly adjacent to it have called me and asked me, can the city clean that up? And I know that's not our job because it's in the commissioner's bailiwick, but I know that she has a program. And I was hoping, I don't even know the name of the drain, it's very small, but if you park next to it, it's readily apparent and it's an eyesore. And I'm hoping we may be able to get some funds to have her clean that out and hopefully beautify it or whatever we need to do because it looks awful. Next,
Do you want him to respond to that right now, or do you want to wait till the end?
Well, he can respond to that right now.
Go ahead, Mr. Vanderpool.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Councilman Radke, I know exactly what you're talking about. The drain is a mess. We'll talk to their office and figure out how we can get that accelerated. There are a number of drains that we're working with the Public Works Office to get cleaned out this year. One, the City Council just approved for $16,000, a matching fund. I would like to commend the Public Works Office. I think we've had many more drains, far more than I can ever imagine, cleaned up in the last couple of years and say in the last 20 years. So I think they are committed to this. So I'm sure they'd be happy to review this drain and get it programmed, if not for this year, in the very near future.
And then to go off that, I spoke to Commissioner Miller on the phone, I want to say last Thursday. She called me because she was hoping that we were going to put forward a resolution in favor of stopping the Coon basement. I told her we already did it, and she's like, oh, that's great. But we also talked about on the phone the 15-mile relief trail. And she is, talking with her, she would like to expand it. But she wants a resolution or some form of support from this council to go forward to try to solicit grants and other ways to expand the 15.5-mile relief trail. And I told her that I would take it to this body because I think we've seen with just the spur that we've created behind Freedom Hill Park, the benefits of the trail, how many people are using it. It's busy. I know that Ms. Zarko is there every day. But I would like some kind of resolution or some way for this body to go forward to tell her we are willing to work with her, because I think just from that 1 mile spur, we see the benefits. And if we could take that nonlinear trail across the city with her help, I think it would be a great boon to our residents. So I guess I would ask without objection to add a resolution to our agenda to hopefully tell her that we are willing to work with her to expand that trail. Mr. Mayor?
Thank you, Mr. Radke. Any objection to what has been proposed? Mr. Yanez.
Sorry. I have a question. Through the chair to Mr. Vanderpool, what's the projected length of that trail?
Mr. Vanderpool, do you know?
Well, I have an engineer in the back row, Brent Bayshaw, who probably knows that off the top of his head. It's probably a few miles, though, at least.
We're talking Ivy to Ryan Road, that's like a half a mile.
And then Ryan Road over to Shaner.
Well, Ryan Road to Mound would be the next section.
Talk to the microphone, maybe?
Between Mound and Van Dyke is more of an industrial area that goes through.
Yeah, we can't.
Right through there. And then east of Van Dyke to Dodge Park, we did that section, but there's an enclosed portion that Comcast goes through. But I think it sounds like the portion that you're talking about is between Ivy and Ryan Road.
Well, not really. We're talking about the whole thing, I think. So we're talking at least a few miles, maybe 3 to 4 miles.
How about this? I mean, so Mr. Bayshaw is in the back of the room talking. He probably can't be heard by the microphones. But, you know, Mr. Radke, is it something that Commissioner Miller could provide us I mean, maybe if she just provides us some basic information about what she wants to do.
Yeah.
I mean, I know she came and did a presentation before, and the mood, I sense the mood has changed.
Right.
Maybe I'm wrong, but do you think you can get her? I mean, I'm sure both of us or the city
Right.
manager can.
So when I spoke with her, I think she'd want to do it in stages. It was her idea. Would it be an expansion either east or west of the current spur just to connect? But it would eventually be a plan would be to go across the entire city. But I don't think we have the funding or the manpower to do it all at once. So it would be a staged program, at least talking with her on the phone. And she's supportive of it, but she wants us to be supportive of it before she does it.
Yeah,
That was her-
Councilman Radke, I have some additional news on it because we just met with her staff a couple of weeks ago on this, and you're exactly right. They would prefer, right now, the section down at near Ivy is ripe to do. There's already funding for it, and it's really easy. There's no easement issues. It's very straightforward. They could do that in the next couple of years. The more difficult connection is obviously going through what was formerly the Comcast property and then over onto the Stellantis stamping property. In fact, we're trying to set up a meeting with Stellantis to see if in the future they would be interested in granting an easement for a path to go through that area. And then, once all that data was collected, then they would be able to present a more concrete plan to the city. But for the section from Shaner over to close to Van Dyke, that area between there, they essentially have an access road in there already. So that would kind of be after Ivy, that would be the next most logical section that they would want to improve some, because again, there is an access road. It's not much to simply improve that as a bike hike trail. But a resolution would be great.
So, Mr. Mayor, I was trying to make a point here. If it's $17,000 to cut a half mile of grass, then we're going to add on to this with this park with no way of making that money up. It's just going to cost us more. And when I had this conversation with Mrs. Miller, she made it very clear that it's our park and that we're going to pay for maintaining it. Okay, great. I mean, and it's a very popular thing, but, we're just adding on to the bill and we're going to have to pay for it. And, maybe there's a better way of doing something, whether it's natural grasses, low growth grasses, what have you. But if we're going to keep adding on like this, ITC Park, the 15-mile trail and so forth, we're just adding on to our cost too with no way of recouping that money. It's just an expenditure. Yeah, it's great. People will enjoy it, but it's still going to cost us money. So, that's my point, and that's why I think we need to have this study. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Yanez.
We're still talking about the motion on the floor?
I know.
Yeah, okay, sorry.
I didn't interpret that as an objection.
I did not either. But Mayor,
Okay.
when appropriate, I would like to comment on the value of property.
Okay, Ms. Zarko.
Okay. I guess in the discussions that I've had, the next extension was going to be from Shaner to Dodge Park, is what I thought. I have to tell you, I am on that trail, and as you say, Mr. Yanez says we're paying $17,000 a year to take care of it. That trail, believe it or not, is going to need some kind of maintenance, not even the grass on either side of it or trees or anything, the trail itself, because, there was a period of time for a whole week I couldn't actually go out there because it was muddy, and they can't do anything about it until probably the spring. So, it was, you have to wait till, it was a mess. I had daily pictures as I was sending them to Mr. Langlois. This is what it looks like today, this is what it looks like today, until, you could actually walk on it, and people were actually walking down the sides, so they weren't it was mud. I probably should wear either my Sterling Heights jacket or the sock hat that says Sterling Heights, because when I approach people on the trail and I ask them how they like it, they're walking their dogs, everybody loves it. And then I introduce myself because I don't want them to just think I'm crazy lady out there asking them, what do you like about this trail? But I have to say that even if I ever sold my house, I would say I'm an 8-minute walk from the Freedom Trail, because that's what it takes me to get from my house to the Freedom Trail now.
Good name for it.
But what's interesting is if you take the trail all the way to 16 Mile, there's a new condo development that would be north of the charter school that's there. And I meet people that are living in those condos that are using that trail, walk their dogs, get the exercise themselves. I happened to talk to a teacher that teaches at Parkway Christian. She teaches environmental science. And one of the things that she was going to bring, her class out there was to show them how the drain works, to show them what the J-hooks do as far as the water flow coming through that area, so that, it's really a value to our city. It's worth $17,000 a year for what we're getting in return and what we're doing for education for our kids. So to me, I think this is a benefit. We talk about non-motorized transportation. People ride their bikes back there. It's amazing that I haven't heard one negative thing except we wanted to go across Shaner to Dodge Park. That is the only, they keep saying, if only it would go across Dodge Park. I have to tell you a story though. I'm not the only one. The wildlife there every day is something different. And I have to tell you, one time it was me and a buck that were out there, and I'm watching it as it's trying to get out of the enclosed area that it was in. So I watched it actually wait for traffic to clear on Shaner, cross Shaner, jump the gate on the other side, and it too wants it extended on the other side of Shaner. So it too wants it to be extended. So, those are things I think that I think people will use it. I don't see anything, to me, if I could walk out my back gate or my backyard and get on a trail that's gonna take me, I could walk for miles, count me in. I just don't see any negative aspects of researching this. I think it's great for all of us. So, and if this trail connects to another trail, so be it. So, but like I said, the only negative is it's not long enough.
Anyone else on the issue of the resolution? If not, okay, I think we have clear direction there that we can proceed forward with that. Mike, Mr. Radke, anything else?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Additionally, I know I've talked with Mr. Vanderpool about this in the past, but I think we really need to rethink movable furniture in our parks. I've visited several parks in Michigan, including Royal Oak Centennial Park, Birmingham's Shane Park, and almost all of them have, even if you go down to Detroit, I'm trying to think where the beach is, it's Campus Martius Park there. They all have movable furniture so people can form their own clusters of seats and a little table, a bistro table to sit at. It's almost all universally green. And right now in Dodge Park, we are stuck with 4-person picnic tables essentially. Almost every other park in the state has this furniture. I've talked to people from Birmingham and people from Royal Oak. There's been a fear, I think, in administration that this furniture would somehow be taken or stolen, but it's not been proven out anywhere else in the state. If we put the furniture there, people will use it, and they'll leave it in the park, because if they steal it, it won't be available for them to use anymore. And I'm strongly in favor of letting people try to pick their own groups, both, at Patios and Pints and just underneath the pavilion and even in the green space behind. I think if you give people a way to form groups and sit there, they'll do it. So I would strongly advocate us to look into movable furniture in our parks, and not just at Dodge Park. I had the pleasure of being on the west side. Ryan and 14 Mile, what park is that? I'm trying to think on top of my head. 15, Nelson Park. Yeah. And there are a lot of gentlemen who are walking the paths in Nelson Park that have nowhere to sit. I literally stood there at Nelson Park and I saw like a coffee clutch of like some senior citizens. There must have been 7 or 8 of them. And the 4 eldest were sitting on a park bench all together. And there was like 4 other guys around them. If we put movable furniture into our parks, Mark Sterling Heights or whatever, these guys could form their own circles. And they could form them in the grass, under the shade, not just where a park bench was. I think it'd be a benefit at a lot of our, at least our major parks, and probably all of our parks eventually. So I would urge the administration to really look into the movable furniture as an amenity that people can form their own groups in. I don't think that it will be stolen, but that's my opinion. And I guess the final thing is, we talked earlier today about strategic planning from last year and adding a special assessment for trees, and I'm in favor of that. But I'll take it even more. I believe on the 2024 ballot, we should put a tax on the ballot, or a request for a millage, to take sidewalk and trees outside of special assessments and into just the general tax program of our city. You know, the problem with trees is residents, they get a tree and then they say, well, I got to replace the sidewalk. My father, for the second time in 20 years, 22 years I want to say, had to replace sidewalk this year. My neighbor across the street had to pay $5,000 for his sidewalk. We need to break this cycle, because if we put it on as a millage, every single person paying taxes in the city would have to pay it. That's General Dynamics, that's Stellantis, that's the residents. Because right now, you're paying a tax. You're paying $5,000 every 20 years. If we add it as a tax and they passed it, it would be $20 or $25 a year. And that's much more reasonable to ask of people. You know, we went to monthly water bills so people could budget better. You know, right now, there is no way for you to budget for sidewalk repairs. It's like rolling the dice. You know, if you're my dad, you pay $700 and it works out. If you're a neighbor across the street who has beautiful trees, you pay $5,000. And that's not fair, because his sidewalk is not for him and his house. It is for all the residents to be a more connected community. That's the same with the trees. A tree is beautiful and adds value to your home, but adds value to entire neighborhoods. It cools communities. People at home can't see, but in our packet, we literally have a map of how hot the city is on the average day. And there are red zones, which say extreme heat, because it's impermeable surface with no tree cover and no way to cover. These trees will slow speeders. They will add value. They'll brighten up our neighborhoods, because trees add value. And they'll also cool our neighborhoods, because who wants to be in an increasingly hot world, even hotter area? So I would urge us to really think about putting it on the ballot. Let the residents decide. If they say no, we'll keep up with the special assessments. But I think if we sell it right, we'll both rid ourselves of this intrusive problem where people feel like they get screwed every 20 years, and it will give us a supply of money that's guaranteed every year, that we can then carry out our goals of making the city a better place to live. So I'd urge administration to really think about that. I'd urge my colleagues to think about that. I don't think that it's prime now to put it on the ballot, but I think that we should really think about it, because it's unfair. You know, we pay for streets collectively, and we pay for sidewalk and trees individually. And if you wanted me to weigh it, I'd pick the sidewalk and trees over the streets any day of the week. That's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you, Mr. Radke. Anyone else on this item? So far, we've had Mr. Yanez, Mr. Radke. Anybody else? This is to do with anything. Go ahead.
Me next.
Mrs. Koski.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Give her her microphone.
Yes, sir. At the microphone. Some of these will sound very familiar. Mr. Vanderpool, how about my sidewalk gap on the south side of Clinton River?
Yeah, I think that's very important now, actually.
East to Hayes, and I have support.
Gated community.
See?
We need to do all the sidewalk
3
gaps.
lots.
Mayor, would you like me to respond?
Less than $17,000.
Would you like me to respond?
Please.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilman Koski, if you don't mind, I'd like to call up our city engineer, Brent Bayshaw. He's here. He's hoping he wouldn't have to come up, but this is important. We have really good news to share with you. And also, we did tweak the policy to cap the amount of assessments in some of these large sites. So I know Brent will highlight that.
Yes, good evening. We did put that program out to bid. It's currently out for bids. We're expected to receive bids on the 31st, which is a week from tomorrow. So part of that program does include the sidewalk on the south side of Clinton River Road and the east side of Hayes on the north side of Clinton River Road to make the connection to the north and ultimately connect going all the way west
through Shaner to Edison Court, you'll be able to access the trail system at that point.
Excellent.
Yep.
This year.
Yes.
I'm sorry I had to say that. It's only been 3-4 years. Thank you. Good news.
Okay.
Let's explain the CAP program, Mr. Bayshall, while you're up there. That's a good point, Mrs. Rouse.
Sure. And also with the program, we did put it out to bid last year, and we didn't receive any bids on it. It was kind of a weird climate for sidewalk, I think, where the contractors that I spoke to, they didn't have the personnel. I think coming out of COVID, they had a hard time getting their workforce back in place. So a lot of the sidewalk contractors really underbid on what they normally do. So the hopes was to put it out to bid early in the season, which is what we did to get some bites on the contractors. So that's why last year it didn't get done. And as far as the CAP program, what we were proposing, what we talked about at previous strategic planning sessions was a $3,500 cap for residential parcels. Some parcels, like Councilman Radke said, have bigger costs than others. So we thought the $3,500 was equitable in comparison to, costs that have been historically paid under the program over the last 10 to 15 years.
If you don't mind, if I could just interject, the average bill for our sidewalk program, correct me if I'm wrong, is right around $800. So these caps you're talking about, the $3,500, are anomalies. Nevertheless, there are a few of those we have every year.
Correct. The average for the sidewalk R&R was about I think it was $840 per parcel that was included in the program.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Nelson Park.
Go ahead.
I would like to see the south side develop. Now, I know that there's some construction going on there, a residential project. Maybe we could move that along a little bit so that we can complete the south side, which includes Nelson Park. I'd like to see the paving or the parking lot refinished for Donovan Park on Clinton River, right across from Ford High School. Since we got the property, I'd like to see some work done to get that parking area secure so it can be used. And of course, with what Mr. Yanis is proposing, to identify my parcel, it's on the south side of 17, on the west side of Shaner. That's where all the little creatures like to stay and get their water and cool in the summer. And I think that would be a great addition to what he's proposing. I thought that park idea was a great idea. And of course, my other project is the Kleino Bridge, redone into a residential path bridge linking everyone to the Dodge Park bike trail there. I'd like to see that completed. I don't want a road there. I don't want a bridge. I'm talking about a pedestrian type bridge so that we can go from Utica Road through there, not have to go on to Shaner, but to cut through there that Kleino to connect to the bike trail. Those are my main projects. So that's it. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mrs. Koski. Anyone else, council? Mrs. Zarko?
Say that, no. I just would like an update on the Fillmore site and how that's coming along, and if there's still grant funding available to us in that area.
Mr. Vanderpool.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilwoman Zarko, we'd be happy to provide an update. We don't have too much more to share at this point. Publicly speaking, that is, there are some issues that we're working on and proposals we're looking at that we will be presenting to Warren Consolidated Schools. But we do have a state grant, and I see that Representative Shannon's in the audience. It's nice to see him, and maybe he'd comment on it during our roundtable, but we do have $1 million grant to help underwrite the potential development of that area, I'll say. I'm being careful with my words here, but so let me just say this. There's a lot more work that has to be done over the next year. Our idea is to master plan that entire site so that City Council is going to be able to make a good decision on whether or not you want to participate in earnest with that particular parcel of property. But it's still under discussion. It's on the radar screen. Much more to come.
That's it.
Anything else?
That's it.
Okay.
Mayor Taylor?
Mrs. Schmidt.
I'm just going to mention one quick thing. I've mentioned this before during our budget hearings, and I would really like the city to strongly pursue a second school resource officer for Warren Consolidated. The fact that we have 2 middle schools and 3 high schools in the city of Sterling Heights for Warren Consolidated, and we have 1 school resource officer, while the Warren side of Warren Con has 2 resource officers. I think to be equitable that we really need to push. Our school resource officer is pushed and pulled in every direction, being the only one to cover all those schools along with elementary schools. So I would like to see us strongly pursue with Warren Con the funding of a second school resource officer. Nothing further.
Yeah, let me tell you, I think now I may be the only member on council that has children in the schools, and it's shocking to me. I mean, my daughter's in, yeah, I mean, I'm preaching to the choir, I know, but it's shocking to me what happens in middle school.
It's worse than high school.
I hope so.
It is.
I hope so. Because, you know, I don't understand. It's like there's a new video certainly every week, almost every other day, it seems. There's videos of violent behavior.
We can talk after me.
And
I'll explain it to you.
You know, I know you can't have a police officer in every area, in every school at all the time, but I don't know, maybe this would be a deterrent. Maybe it would help, right? It's got to help. And if nothing else, I mean, the video I saw from a couple days ago, it was like the teacher was right in the middle of it, taking the brunt of what you could only call an assault. So if they knew that there was a presence, a more regular presence, maybe that would help calm things down. But it's really disappointing. But good suggestion.
Mayor, can I comment on
Mr.
that?
Vanderpool.
I can't miss this opportunity to comment on it because we have our federal partners in the room too. If they're not here, they'll be here shortly. And our state legislators. We need more funding in this area. The cities cannot do this on their own. We desperately need more school resource officers. And if we could somehow work with Senator Peters' office and Senator Stabenow and our partners at the state level to work on a hybrid COPS program whereby we have more specific grant funding to get more school resource officers, I think that would just be a huge step forward for Sterling Heights. So I'm glad they're here. Maybe we can discuss this further in our roundtable today.
Okay. Anything, Mrs. Sarowski?
Well, since you're calling me to the floor here, and I'm making a mess of all these name tags, actually, the only thing that I really wanted to say, and it's, since I'm at the end here, it's kind of a compilation of supporting what everyone else has said. I don't have children in schools right now, so that is, although a concern of mine, I'm going to support that. Really do want a second social worker in the group too, but we're going to talk about that during our roundtable, because I'm in full support of that, and that was going to be one of my asks, is a second social worker as soon as possible. I would like to see one other thing, and it's in addition to what everyone else has said, really do want to see that, so this is something that we're working on where I work at, letting native grasses grow and stop adding grasses and cutting grasses. So that's something that right along our trails, let's do that. And to talk to somebody on the plane coming home from San Diego was a Sterling Heights resident, and his ask was actually let's stop charging people our sidewalks individually and to have it rolled into our tax bills, which was interesting. It was a younger guy who said that, so thought about that, and to get going on Lakeside. So those are the things, those are the asks of the residents. So just to put those out there, keep it short. So that's what I'm doing right now. So that's it.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Sarowski. You know, I'm not sure whether this is the time to bring it up, but I guess what I'll say is this. Last year, we asked the city administration to prepare a comprehensive marijuana, cannabis, whatever you want to call it, report about whether this is something that could happen in the city of Sterling Heights, what it would look like, what would be the best practices. And they have prepared that, and we talked about it a couple months ago in, I believe, December, that it was a very comprehensive report. It was a well-prepared report. It was something that our administration put a lot of time and energy and effort into. I have heard continued rumblings out there in the community about when, it's not so much if, but when a ballot proposal is going to be initiated by members of the marijuana industry. And I think maybe the only reason it hasn't happened yet is because that report was pending and it was scheduled to be delivered at the end of last year, and that there would be a time that would come where the city council would make a decision. I don't know whether the council is interested in pursuing that. I'm not going to ask that it be placed on the agenda yet, but I just want to give a heads up that probably within the next month or so, I'm going to come back and ask for that to be prepared. And I think, like I said, the only thing I want to say at this point is, to me, it seems pretty obvious that they're going from community to community, looking at what the low-hanging fruit is and moving on to the next, and determining, you know, how to deploy their resources. If it's going to be very costly, and it would be in Sterling Heights, and Sterling Heights might be a community that could opt in, I think the industry is holding off for now, but that is going to come to a head at some point. And my only message there is, I would much rather be in control of our destiny than putting it into the hands of the marijuana industry, but we'll save that for another day. Another thing, I think we talked about this, maybe it was at strategic planning 2 years ago. When did we talk about backyard chickens? Was it around 2 years ago? All right. I don't really have any strong opinion on backyard chickens, but here's what I do want to bring up. So I was in a position where I could devote some significant time to an email that a resident had sent me. And I respond to every email. I try to give as much time, but I had spent a lot of time on this one. And it was a resident who, actually, she wasn't a resident. She, I believe, is a resident of Warren, who has a friend that lives in Sterling Heights who had a mini pig as a pet, a mini pig. Okay, I've never really heard of mini pigs, but I guess another name for them from my research is potbelly pigs. I don't know a whole lot about potbelly pigs. The resident, the person who emailed me said that our resident in Sterling Heights had a potbelly pig or a mini pig as a pet, and that these pigs are highly intelligent animals like elephants. They feel emotion and pain and all that. And it was a member of the family, and many of us have dogs and pets, and you know, if a member of my family, like a pet, was just taken by the city of Sterling Heights and they said, you know, you just can't have that breed, it would be devastating. It really would. And so the message that I got from this emailer was that it doesn't really matter that it's not a cat or a dog. The bond that the pet owner has with this pet is significant and in many respects the same as if you own a dog and the city just came and took your dog out of your house. Now, there may be a very good reason that the city does not allow these mini pigs. I couldn't find one, and I couldn't figure one out. So to me, if we can't, I couldn't justify why the city did this, which doesn't sit well with me. And now, I'm not trying to criticize the administration or prior councils. There may well be a legitimate reason. And so this is the time I'm bringing this up, that it's easy for us to just say, okay, you can have dogs and you can have cats, but you cannot have bees or pigeons or chickens or pigs or baby goats or, I don't know, snakes or iguanas or whatever exotic animals there are. I certainly don't want to introduce exotic animals that are dangerous, that are disease-carrying, that could create unsanitary conditions. From the research I did, these mini pigs, and it looks like they live in the house. They go outside to do their business just like a dog would, and then they come back in. I want to take some time, and I want to talk with my colleagues on the city council. So this is, again, I'm not asking to put something on a future agenda, because I don't really even know what that would be, okay? But I do know that at a past mayor's conference I went to, I sat through a presentation. Mars Pet Care has a program called Better Cities for Pets, or I forget exactly what it is. But there's a whole number of criteria that they use to determine whether a city is pet friendly. And I think we do a lot of it. We could probably do more. And I specifically asked the representative, you know, what should cities be thinking about in terms of ordinances that limit or allow animals other than dogs and cats? Because there are a lot of people that have them. I can tell you, in a city of 134,000 people, there's probably monkeys out there, there's probably pigs, there's definitely chickens. I mean, you would probably be amazed at what lives in the city of Sterling Heights. Right, snakes. I mean, there could be, like you go to the Detroit Zoo and it's like, where did this lion come from? Well, he was living in the basement in Detroit of some residential house, and they rescued him and brought him to the Detroit Zoo. So I'm not saying we've got lions here, but we've got these animals out there. And so this family that had a pet pig got the pig taken away just because code enforcement or animal control found out. There are other families out there that have members of their family that if we found out, they'd be removed, and that would be devastating for them and their kids. So I'm just saying, I'd like to start having a conversation and maybe move towards a more relaxed ordinance on exotic animals, maybe more relaxed on what constitutes a violation of our ordinance. And I'd like you all to start thinking about that, because it did hit me that if people in our community are having their pets removed by the city just because there's an ordinance that says they can't have them, we better have a pretty darn good basis for that ordinance. And I couldn't think of it when it came to mini pigs. So that's all I have for that. I appreciate the discussion. We had some progress here. I'm really excited about the trail. A brief follow-up for anybody if you need it. Mr. Radke.
Sure, Mr. Mayor, and I'm sorry to go twice. I had a couple of thoughts that had eluded me before, but they came back to me while I was listening to you. You know, I'm in support of backyard chickens. I know people who keep them in Warren and in St. Clair Shores, and with the price of eggs right now, it really is a benefit, but I have no problem with that. But two things that I thought about that I remembered while I was sitting here was, one, with the upcoming budget coming into focus, I really wanted to have another discussion about the National League of Cities. Because I've gone to MML every year, and it's a great organization, but so often in MML, because we are such a large community, we don't have any near peers in MML. We are essentially the place everywhere else wants to be. And so I get less and less every time I go, which is not a negative thing, but MML is structured for small communities. It really is, because most of the cities in the state are small. And I would love to be able to talk with communities of our size who have similar problems to us. Because when I go to MML, too often they're like, oh, you know, you have this and you have that and you have these parks and you have stuff. And we are definitely one of the premier communities in the state, but it's hard to discuss issues with cities if we're not on the same page. And most cities are very small. So the problems that we have are not the problems that they have. And sometimes just getting in the room with them gives you new ideas or new ways to harness ideas. So I think the city should really rethink or reapproach the idea of joining the National League of Cities and letting us go to their conferences. I know the mayor gets so much out of going to the National Mayor's Conference, and I think that we could benefit as city council members too. And the second thing I'm going to bring up is, you know, right now, the ordinance in Sterling Heights bans hookah lounges. I'm not a fan of hookah lounges. I'm not a big fan. But I think that when we have, I believe, 30% of our community being foreign born, that we're doing a disservice in not creating some way in our ordinance for hookah lounges to locate. Right now, you have to go to the ZBA, the Zoning Board of Appeals, and show some kind of hardship to get a hookah lounge. And it may not be my cup of tea, but there are people in our community, this is a cultural thing for them. And the population is growing. And I think it's unfair that we somehow are very limiting because we don't treat cigar bars in the same way and we don't treat other tobacco places in the same way. And so I just like some way in our ordinance for it to make sense. Because right now, I was just approached by a business owner who's a very good business owner in our community, and he can't understand why or how he could not get a hookah license just for an outdoor space he has adjacent. And it's because our ordinance doesn't allow it. We make it a very complicated process, and I just think there has to be an easier way. Even if we deny them through the administrative process or through a process, give these folks a process so that they can do what they want. I mean, it's not our job to regulate how someone smokes tobacco, especially because I like going to Robustos as much as the next guy. If someone wants to go smoke hookah, God bless them. This is America, and they should have a right to do that here. That's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Anyone else? Any final thoughts? Mrs. Arco.
Okay, I'm going to respectfully disagree with Mr. Radke on the fact that he thinks Michigan Municipal League is just for small cities. Michigan Municipal League represents 535 cities throughout the state. Some big, some small. We happen to be the fourth largest. We are an example for other cities. Yes, we may benefit, or we might actually have a lot of input into what other communities are able to do, but we learn from each other. Every single community that I've visited or have come here have either learned from us or we've learned from them. So to say that it is just for small cities is incorrect, and I just want to correct that. So then they're sending me to National League of Cities in March. So I will firsthand see what the benefits are as being a member of National League of Cities. Nothing further.
Okay. Well, it's 3:08. We've got about 22 minutes before our next break, and then the roundtable discussion starts after that. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I'll second that on the National League of Cities, waiting for Councilwoman D'Arco's report on that. As you know, I did not support it last time, but maybe I'll consider it if we can find a way to save the cost of joining the league, because we've been talking a lot about how much money we can spend here. We haven't had a lot of discussion about cost savings, and I'd like to have those conversations. So we're going to, at some point here, we're going to be talking about the 2040 visioning plan, and I think now is the time, because we are, I think we are a leader in the state as far as our city goes, and I think now is the time that we really need to look at a net zero carbon reduction plan for the city of Sterling Heights. It's not going to be that much longer, another 12, 13, 14, maybe 15 years before no one is making an internal combustion engine car anymore. We're going to be a city full of charging stations. I think everybody here knows that a couple weeks ago they got something in the mail from DTE telling them that there's going to be a premium time between 3 and 7 PM when your electrical rates are going up. And that premium actually goes up in the summertime when we're all using our air conditioning units. Cost of natural gas is going up, cost of water has gone up, our property taxes go up, and there's a lot of pressure on people to pay and pay and pay more. One of the ways we can reduce that, one of the ways we can make our community more attractive, make our community more, we can attract those home buyers that are looking for their first time home in some of our older neighborhoods is by making those investments in upgrading our residential housing. So we did talk about this, Mr. Vanderpool. I know we're trying to leverage some of that federal money to do upgrades on older houses so people can have access to money to put in more insulation or new windows or what have you. I think that's a great idea, but the city has to do its part too. And to take a look at a net zero carbon reduction plan, I think now's the time to do it, to plan for it. The city is going to be changing drastically and significantly. Many commercial and industrial operations are doing this as well. And we are a leader in this state. We are a leader among cities. And I think that we really need to lead on this issue. It's just not for people that live in Ann Arbor. Wouldn't it be great if you were on a fixed income, but you could lower your cost of electricity, you lower your cost of gas, you could be more comfortable in your home, both in the summertime and the wintertime, and make our community attractive to new home buyers that are looking for that small, first-time, affordable house. So I know we really haven't talked about net zero carbon reduction plan, but I think that's something that we need to put on the agenda as we go forward talking about the 2040 visioning plan. That's all I have, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Yanez. Anyone else? Okay, if not, it's almost 3:15. We were scheduled to go until 3:30, and so we were going to take a 15-minute break. So why don't we take that 15-minute break now? We'll come back at 3:30 and start our next session at 3:30 instead of 3:45. So we will stand in recess until about 3:30. Okay, calling this meeting back to order. Thank you all for being here with us today, and to the audience at home that's been watching since 8:30. You deserve
See their name tags.
some major kudos. We are entering into the last portion of our agenda tonight, today, I keep saying tonight, and one that we're really looking forward to, and something we haven't really ever done before, at least since I've been around. This next portion is going to be a roundtable discussion with county, state, federal legislators, and I want to just start off by thanking all of you for being here. We certainly appreciate it. You know, the city of Sterling Heights can only do so much, and we oftentimes are coming to you folks to talk about the issues that we have, usually asking for money or just asking for support. And we've maintained an incredible relationship with Republicans and Democrats at the county, state, and federal level, and we want to continue to maintain that relationship. There's some new faces, especially in light of the redistricting in 2020. The redistricting that came into effect with the election in 2022, we have some new faces here. And so we wanted to give the new legislators and or their staff who are here, if they couldn't make it, the opportunity to introduce themselves, hear from us directly about what some of our priorities are, give you an opportunity to respond. If there's anything that you need from the city, we're always available. So we appreciate you and thank you for being here today. To my left, we have a number of legislators. To my right, we have our two county commissioners. And so what I'd like to do is just give you each about a minute to be respectful of everybody's time. Try to keep it as brief. And I know coming from me, that's not easy. But if you don't mind, I'd love to give you all an opportunity to introduce yourself, and we'll start on my right with Commissioner Don Van Sickle, and then go to Joe, and then we'll go to Representative Kuhn, and all the way to Mr. Rowe. So, Mr. Van Sickle, Commissioner.
Good afternoon. Don Van Sickle, second term commissioner, now representing with the redistricting Western Sterling Heights and a little piece of Eastern Sterling Heights. And I chair the subcommittee for internal services, which oversees the county IT and facilities organizations. I'm also a representative to SEMCOG and attend the MAC conferences. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Romano.
Good afternoon.
It's on.
Yep.
Joe Romano, County Commissioner. My committee is Records and Public Safety. Prior to the County Commission, I served on the Sterling Heights City Council for almost 19 years and was on different boards and commissions. End of story.
Thank you, Mr. Representative Kuhn.
Oh, thank you, Mayor, and appreciate the opportunity to be here with the council and the citizens. I represent the west side of Sterling Heights from Van Dyke over to DeQuinder. I've been appointed to various appropriations committees, subcommittee on general government that may interest you here, health and human services, very big committee, and I'm minority vice chair on the community college and higher education committees. So pleasure being here.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Taylor and council and residents. Michael Weber served as a state senator for the western part of Sterling Heights. Prior to my time in the state senate, served the greater Rochester area in the state house, and then also served on the Rochester Hills City Council for 7 years. So know, obviously, the role that you play in terms of representing your residents on city council. In terms of committees, I'm going to be the vice chair of health policy. I'm going to be on regulatory affairs, and then probably maybe most importantly for this discussion on the economic and community development committee.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. State Representative Nate Shannon, representing the 58th District, has 4 different communities in it, but for these purposes, a significant portion of the east side of Sterling Heights. Happy to report that I will be, starting tomorrow actually, the chair of the Transportation Committee in the House. I'm also on Education as a former teacher. Is really important, and very happy to be serving on that committee also. Local government, which is new to me, but look forward to working directly with City Council in my role as a committee member of local government, and then also the Natural Resources Committee. So thank you so much for putting this on today and having us look forward to the conversation.
Hello, my name is Nina. I'm standing in for Senator Chang today due to an emergency. Senator Chang represents actually 3 counties, Wayne, Oakland, and Macomb, and we're very excited to be representing you. And our whole team is looking forward to helping out. So.
Hi, my name is Denise Menser. I'm from the 61st House District, which is all of Mount Clemens, a good portion of Clinton Township, and 6 precincts in Sterling Heights. I was a Mount Clemens City Commissioner for 10 years. I was a county employee for 25. I just retired January 4th so that I could take my seat. I ended up on some really interesting committees. I have one policy committee. I am vice chair of labor. Having been a union member for 25 years. All the rest of my committees are appropriations. I ended up on the full appropriations board and the subcommittee, appropriations subcommittees for general government operations, for agriculture, and for the judiciary.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council and citizens of Sterling Heights. My name is Paul Bueno, and I represent the 10th Senate District, which comprises half the city of Sterling Heights, half the city of Warren, all of Centerline, and a large portion of the east side of Detroit that goes down to Jefferson. Previous service, we were in the minority. I had 3 committees. Now that we're in the majority, I've been named to 7 committees. Those are health policy, regulatory affairs, transportation, judiciary, elections, and I have to look, local government, and Chairman of JCAR. JCAR is a Joint Committee on Administrative Rules, and they alternate the chairmanship between the House and the Senate every year. At this present time, the chair will be run from the House. Next year, I'll take over formally as the chair. Previous experience, I was Warren City Clerk for 11 years, and I served in the Michigan House of Representatives when I had hair color like Mayor Taylor. That was back in 1997 to 2002. But thank you for your invitation to join you here today. I think we have a great bipartisan group that represents the city of Sterling Heights, and I know we can be very effective in helping you with your requests. Thank you.
I'm well on my way.
Hi, everyone. Michael Schmid. I'm a regional representative for Senator Peters. I'm sure most, if not all of you, know my colleague, Kevin Hritt. I've had the pleasure of meeting, I think, most of you now. I've been with the senator coming up on a year. So happy to meet the rest of you, and looking forward to being a resource to all of you as you interact with the federal government.
Hello, Mayor and Council. My name is Phil Rode. Many of you know me from being around the community working for various politicians. So I am the John James 10th District District Director. And John currently has infrastructure and transportation and foreign affairs, and there'll be more to follow. He's very keen on the military, which is a big issue for this community. And he feels he can help through infrastructure. Clean water's definitely a priority for him. And I will be saying that as far as the district he represents, it's basically Macomb County, everything south of Hall Road, little slice of Macomb Township, Utica, and Shelby, then up into Rochester Hills. And I find it interesting in this forum. I was here earlier today, and about communities that are transforming from being new communities to redevelopment communities and things that they're doing to help move that along. So it's interesting because that's a lot of our districts. So We will be coming out and meeting with the mayors, supervisors, city managers to get John acclimated. Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you all again for being here and for your introductions. At this time, I'm going to turn it over to our city manager, Mark Vanderpool, who is going to lead a discussion among administration. And I think you've all been given a heads up on what the format of this is going to be. There's going to be sort of a rapid fire round here with some of our priorities, just so that you guys have a sense of that, and then we can have a discussion about where we go from there. So, Mr. Vanderpool, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Mayor. And again, welcome to our legislators. We're so glad that you are participating today. So we have 7 topics that we'd like to cover, and we have 5 presenters. So what we'd like to do is just go through each of the topics. They're short presentations, 3 to 5 minutes, and get through all of them, and then have some discussion. So what we've done is we've given you this handout, and for each topic, there's a note page if you want to take some notes, jot down any thoughts, maybe some areas where you think you might be able to help us, some resources you might be able to direct us toward, so on and so forth. So then afterward, as I mentioned, we can kind of have the roundtable discussion. And there may be areas that you feel we can collaborate more with you on regarding topics that are not covered on this handout today. So it's intended to be an engaging discussion. So, Mayor, if you don't mind, I'd like to call on first our police chief, who's going to talk about the great work we've accomplished in the area of mental wellness, but we have so much more to do, and we desperately need some help in this area. So our police chief, Dale Jawodzikowski.
Thank you, Mr. Vanderpool, Mayor Taylor, members of council. It's great having all of our local leaders here in the room. We did a little bit of this during our school safety summit that we had in the fall as we're getting ready to come back to school. So it is great to have you in here, and thank you for being here today. We've had a lot of challenges in law enforcement since COVID, and we had social justice issues that came up, law enforcement in general. And then we had a crushing, it seems like an influx of mental health issues that our officers are seeing every single day on the road. I've been a police officer for almost 30 years, and I'm telling you, it has changed. We all know about the opiate problems that we had and that drug epidemic. Sterling Heights is meeting that challenge head on with a ton of innovative programming. And the second issue that we're seeing every single day is mental health issues. Every run that we go on, someone is suffering from some kind of condition, and we then have to pick up the pieces. When no one knows what to do, they call 911, they ask a police officer to show up, and they say, fix this problem. Very, very difficult for a police officer there in 15 minutes to fix the problem, especially with handcuffs and guns. So the issue became so big, we said we need a social worker here in Sterling Heights. So we decided to embark in this challenge of finding a social worker. So we called every city in Michigan and said, do you guys have a social worker? You know what the answer was? 99% of the time, no, we have no city social worker. We were trying to find a policy or procedure. What do you pay them? What do they do? So there's only a couple cities that even had a full-time social worker. We got their policy. We put an ad out, and we found Amy Compton, who's been with us since November of last year, and she has done a phenomenal job. And as you can see in our slide here, she's had well over 200 cases that have been assigned to her just in the 1 year she's been employed here with Sterling Heights. About 10%, if not more, of her cases are involving hoarders. And we have a safe home task force here in Sterling Heights, and we have a lot of hoarding issues, and that task force addresses those hoarding issues. How to clean up the house. The cleanup of the house is one part. The problem is, how do you fix it so that the person is healthy, they're being taken care of, the family's being taken care of, in long-term care. That's way more difficult than just cleaning up a house. But the Safe Home Task Force has been phenomenal taking care of those hoarding cases. But Ms. Compton also does crisis intervention, conflict resolution, case management, and community outreach. We're a city of 135,000 people. We have one social worker. That's impossible to manage that many cases. They come in every single day from city council, from the police department, the fire department, from code, you name it. Referrals come in every single day. Please help my family member, this problem A, B, and C. And we're trying to get resources and money and funding. So we tried to get a second social worker up and running. I just found out we advertised for our second part-time social worker. We had two applicants, one dropped out and the other one wasn't interested in the job. So we need to probably increase the pay and try to figure out who wants this job. So you have to find the person, and you have to then fund the person. So I guess the big ask is any kind of programming, grants, or anything to help us with this problem. Here in law enforcement, this city, we need another social worker, and we would appreciate any support or assistance you could give us. With that, I'll conclude.
And we've had great success, but as the chief said, there's just, the workload is so overwhelming, and it's a big challenge, not only for our community, but communities across the state. But we've started the model, and we'd like to expand it, so we need your help. Secondly, our fire chief is going to talk about our ground emergency medical transportation program. We think this is a pretty simple ask, actually. I think we've done most of the heavy lifting here. I feel like we're on the 1 yard line and we need to push it into the end zone with your help. So I'd like to introduce our Fire Chief, Kevin Edmond.
Good afternoon, Mayor, members of council, legislators. What I want to talk about today is about a ground emergency medical transport program. Right now, as you saw my presentation earlier, it costs around $1,200 for us to do an ambulance call. And right now, Medicaid is only supplementing us to about $335. In the state of Michigan, we have some budget adjustments that were made to increase that because other states are about $200. So what this program is, it's a federally funded program through Center for Medicaid and Medicare Services. This program has been stood up in other states. I recently worked in the state of Illinois where we stood this program up, and that's where a lot of my knowledge comes from and how this program is administered. I worked very hard with the Michigan Department of Public Health, and I actually have another meeting with them next week to go further into that. So what we need from you is support at the state level with the Michigan Department of Health and Human Services. Where we're at right now is we need to write a state amendment plan to our Medicaid reimbursement program. This program, as you can see up on the slide, our cost of transport is about $1,200. We get refunded about $335. There's about $865 that are not covered. This program will cover that $865. And depending on how much Medicaid you have in your program is going to depend on how many dollars are coming back to the community. This program will help over 100 agencies in the state of Michigan to provide additional funding to provide these critical services that we do. So what I'm asking is that you can help me push this over the goal line. I'm at the 1 yard line right now. Again, it doesn't require legislation to do this. It's only an amendment to the administrative rules for Medicaid to go forward. And if we can get this in the first quarter, then we can start keeping track of these funds this year for people to get reimbursement. Because even if the reimbursement approval comes about 12 months later, we'll be able to go back and capture it. And that's exactly what we did when I worked in Illinois, is depending on when it got approved, we went actually back and was able to capture about 6 months. Thank you.
And this would be a significant revenue generator for the city to help continue to provide our EMS services, which are under continual strain. So approximately $500,000 a year. And again, this is no cost to the state. The federal program already exists. So for our state and our state representatives and our state senators that are here, if you could attend the meeting, you'd certainly be welcome. If you wanted to write a letter in support of this initiative, we'd be happy to talk with you more about the program afterwards or offline, or if you wanted to make a call or two on our behalf, that's the sort of help that we're looking for with this program. Moving on to the next topic. This is a little more technical. Our building official, Frank Bayer, is going to lead this, but here again, we're not asking for money here. We're asking for your help to intervene with a couple of committees and legislation that's already pending to get this finalized, to help us better hire some of the inspectors that we so desperately need, and also to work off of more up-to-date codes. So Frank Bayer is going to lead this discussion.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, council members, Mr. Vanderpool, and legislators. Today's market is very difficult for municipalities to find qualified mechanical, plumbing, and electrical inspectors. As a result, municipalities have a difficult time keeping up with demand for inspections. This causes delays and expenses to new and existing construction. Part of the problem is the state of Michigan requires various licenses, regardless of experience, that most trade workers working in the field have no need to ever obtain. Public Act 407, also known as Skilled Trades Act, was adopted in 2016. The act consolidated several other acts pertaining to electrical, plumbing, and mechanical trades and granted the State Bureau of Construction codes with the power to make the rules. In 2019, new rules were drafted for consideration, which would allow trade individuals to qualify as inspectors based on certifications or experience or licenses. This rule would immediately expand the pool of individuals who could become a registered inspector. After 9 months, the rules have been recently sent to JCAR, the Joint Committee on Administrative Rules, and this is the last step in the process before it goes to the Secretary of State for adoption. What we're asking is your assistance to encourage approval of this rule and assure that JCAR will act in an expeditious manner.
You can go ahead.
And my second subject, in 2000, the state of Michigan amended Public Act 230, known as the State Construction Code Act, to require all municipalities to adopt and enforce the Michigan Construction Code. The code includes all residential, mechanical, electrical, energy, and plumbing codes for the state of Michigan. The Michigan Construction Code is essentially the international code with some state-required amendments. The problem with this is the Michigan Construction Code is adopted at the state level through a cumbersome process. This can take years to accomplish. As a result, Michigan is currently operating under the 2015 codes, while the 2023 codes were just published. Requiring municipalities to adopt the Michigan Construction Code in this manner creates an obvious problem due to the rapid change in technology and construction practices. A real good example of this would be the increase in battery manufacturing and storage facilities related to electric vehicles. The 2015 codes simply do not address these issues. Additionally, municipalities have had their ISO ratings reduced because we haven't adopted current codes. The code adoption process is also a burden to the State Bureau of Construction codes, which contributes to the delay. We believe the majority of state-required amendments to the International Construction Code are immaterial, while major amendments can and have been added to Public Act 230. We are asking you to introduce legislation requiring the state adopt the International Construction Codes 1 year after publication and to incorporate any major state-required amendments into Public Act 230 itself.
The idea here is to continue to foster an environment in our communities that encourages development and not stymie development. And when you have different codes that are antiquated, 2015 in this case, it does cause confusion and can be problematic for the development community, not to mention just a lot of wasted administrative effort and regulatory procedures and so on. So we look forward to your feedback on that. And now our Budget and Finance Director, Jennifer Varney, is going to cover the next couple of topics, starting with the Veterans Property Tax Exemption.
Good afternoon, and thank you so much for attending today. I have two topics to talk about that would directly impact the property tax revenue to the city. The first is the Veterans Property Tax Exemption. As most of you probably know, there was a property tax exemption implemented in 2013 for veterans that were 100% disabled. Unfortunately, this was a great idea, but the burden fell on cities. It was passed by the state legislature, but the cost was borne by local government. Sterling Heights loses about $300,000 annually in property tax revenue from this exemption. So over the past 10 years, that equates to about $3 million in lost property taxes. Recently, Senate Bill 783 and 1084 were introduced and maintained the same level of tax relief for veterans, but transitioned it from a property tax credit to an income tax credit so that the cost was borne by the state government. The Senate passed these bills, but in the House, the bills were expanded to include an exemption for veterans that were 50% disabled. And because of that expansion of the credit, the cost doubled and the bills have stalled. So what we're asking you is to get Senate Bill 783 and 1084 reintroduced in their original form, which did not expand the exemption, but shifted the relief from a property tax exemption to an income tax credit. And this would ease the burden on local governments while maintaining the same exemption that veterans have had for the past 10 years. The second issue that I have is a little more complicated. It has to do with the eligible manufacturing personal property tax exemption. In 2021, multiple businesses throughout the state missed the filing deadline to apply for this personal property tax exemption. And due to strict deadlines in the state law, local units had no method to allow for late filings, and therefore we were forced to bill them for 100% of their property taxes on property that had previously been exempt. These bills could be up to 8 times what they would have been if the form had been filed timely. And we have a business in the city that owed nearly $1 million more in property taxes that they otherwise would have. Right now, and many of these bills still remain unpaid, and Sterling Heights is still currently owed $650,000 in unpaid property taxes, awaiting a resolution to this issue. Again, a bill was introduced, Senate Bill 807 was introduced to remedy this situation and allow a one-time late filing for these businesses, but also reimburse local governments for the lost property taxes. So we are asking your help to get this bill reintroduced and allocate the resources to fund the reimbursement to local governments. And this will save local jobs and remove the uncertainty for the local businesses and the local governments impacted. Thank you.
And Mayor, our last presentation is centered on economic development. As many of you know, there are distressed malls all across the state. There's only a couple that are doing well. And somehow we have to solve this problem together. And we need state help and federal help for this. You all know that we have some really ambitious and exciting plans for Lakeside. And we've accomplished a lot. Especially over the past year, and we're moving forward with all the procedural items that need to be accomplished to get the incentives in place for this redevelopment. But we're not quite where it needs to be yet with the project, and with your help, this can be a model for the rest of the state and the other communities that have these distressed malls that are sucking the lives out of the areas where they're located. So our economic development advisor, Luke Bonner, who has a tremendous amount of expertise in this area, is going to talk about a couple of economic development tools at the state level that can help us out.
Thank you, Mr. Vanderpool, and good afternoon, everyone. As Mark mentioned, distressed malls is not a Sterling Heights issue. This is happening in every community across the state, across the country. Just in our region alone, distressed malls include Northland, Southland, Eastland, Lakeside, Fairlane Shopping Center, and now Partridge Creek, which wasn't built too long ago. And all of those malls are going through or will go through various stages of redevelopment, all of which need some kind of incentive, and some of them are taking advantage of some incentives. The issue here in Sterling Heights, this project is one of the largest projects we may ever deal with like this. When it's all said and done, it'll be $1 billion mixed-use redevelopment project. The size and scope is so impactful, not only to the city, but for the rest of the region in terms of investment, jobs, future residents, and amenities like retail and some of the public amenities that we've planned. Getting that from the state that it's in now to the development phase requires an additional amount of cost and investment that would just bring the project up to a development
level, like a level playing field, is typically is the term that we would use. And while the city is definitely prepared to work with the developer to offer incentives to offset those costs, there are a number of tools at the state level that could be available that are, we either don't fit into that box or it's still generally unclear if we can take advantage of those programs. One of those programs is SOAR, which is the Strategic Outreach Attraction Reserve. It's a great program that the state put into play last year for securing mega projects, and mega projects being large manufacturing projects, large corporate headquarters, or large mixed-use projects. Commercial is identified in the SOAR program, but we are not getting the warm and fuzzy that Lakeside actually would fit into this program or not. This budget's going before you next month on the state side, and we certainly need help specifically defining that Lakeside and other malls like that in terms of major redevelopments would be included and eligible for SOAR funding. The second program is the Brownfield Redevelopment Financing Act, which has been around since the mid-90s. That's Public Act 381 of 1996. It's a great tool. We've used it quite a bit in Sterling Heights. Two issues. One, there's a core community designation that came in the early 2000s that really separates certain communities from the rest. Sterling Heights is not considered a core community under Brownfield, even though we're 95% built out and we have a major economic impact in the region. It would expand the use of that incentive for projects like Lakeside. And being included into the core community designation would be very helpful and would ease the process for us to use that incentive for that redevelopment. The second is transformational brownfield, which came up about 5 years ago, really kind of brought forward by Dan Gilbert and the redevelopment of the Hudson site downtown. Sterling Heights was part of the push for that legislation. We were requested as part of Dan Gilbert's team to support that legislation, knowing that someday Lakeside might go through a redevelopment, and therefore we could use transformational brownfield. Today, now though, it's unclear if Lakeside would fall under that transformational brownfield program, and we really do need some clarification that we can use that tool. And lastly, just overall, on tax increment financing, one of the most regularly used incentives in the state of Michigan and throughout the country. There are two things that are coming up more and more and more. Affordable housing, and there's not only a market demand for it, communities want it, communities need it, and sustainable developments, meaning more energy efficiency, for example. It's very expensive to do both of those. There is a very limited resource to do that, and I would just hope that we could look at the tax increment finance programs in the state of Michigan and see how they can be used to help those two types of additional investments move forward. Thank you.
And so what we do in this area really could be a model for the state, and we're hoping we can get your help in moving these initiatives forward. Now, there's a number of items on the list that we didn't include. Tried to keep this really simple, but just to mention a few, we desperately need more road funding, right? It goes without saying. The state needs more road funding. Somehow, with the state's fund balance, which is billions of dollars, it seems like we should be able to allocate more money to roads in communities, not just major roads, but local roads as well. It's a major issue. It's a quality of life issue. It's an economic development issue. And frankly, I think everyone in the room would agree, it's still embarrassing, the condition of roads we have here in the great state of Michigan, especially the Motor City area. So we desperately need your help with roads. We still have a long list of needs in Sterling Heights. And while we have our county commissioners here, if I could single out a specific road, we really want to get Moravian on the list for next year. From between Utica and Shaner. There's really no reason we can't do it. It has to be done in the next few years. Tires are going to be blowing out this winter with the snow we're going to get next week and so on in a little colder temperatures. Why would we wait another couple winters? We need to get Moravian Road done. The city's willing to step up with our share and allocate some ARPA money, but we desperately need your help at the county level to get Moravian accelerated and get it done this construction season, this summer. We can do it with your help. There's a few other issues, but I'll stop here, and I'm sure, Mayor, you want to lead this discussion now, and I'm sure the City Council has some items, too, on the list that we haven't covered as an administration. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Vanderpool. So we are budgeted till 5 o'clock. I want to be respectful of your time and my colleagues on the City Council's time. We could probably find a way to drag this conversation out for hours if we wanted. So we'll try to stay very focused. I guess what I'd like to do right now is maybe we'll take the next 20 to 30 minutes to hear from you, hear from, this was particularly state issue heavy, but I'm sure that there are colleagues of mine on the City Council who have some federal and county issues that we would want to bring up. So it's 4:10 right now. So like I said, maybe 20, 25 minutes we'll spend talking about the issues that were presented, and I want to thank our administrators for presenting those. We'd love to hear your feedback. If you need to get additional information from them, they're obviously all here. So I'm going to shut up and let's, I'll open the floor to any one of our legislators here. Senator Voino.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I first wanted to touch on the subject of mental illness. I know that with the Governor's State of the State coming up this Wednesday, she will have some specific priorities in her message as to what she plans to do. And I'm kind of directing this to the county, but I know many of you are aware of the jail intake program that Executive Hackle is interested in. We did appropriate $25 million in the supplemental budget here last October, which was knocked out when it went to the House. We are making a new request in a new budget for $50 million for that program. And specifically, too, I know that the, I forgot his name and I apologize, that gave the presentation on mental illness and the needs for a
that was our Chief Dale Dwojciechowski.
But I do have a whole breakdown of money that will be appropriated in this upcoming year, if you'd like to look through it. I know that we have specifically $10 million to attract and retain behavioral health professionals that will be available to local communities as well. But it's a huge subject. It is a priority for all of us as we move forward, and I thank you for that presentation.
Thank you very much, Senator Voino. Anyone else? And by all means, if you have things that you want to hear from us, or if you have priorities for your constituents that we need to partner with, now would be a great opportunity to bring those up. Representative Kuhn.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. One of the big concerns that I've always had, at least for the last couple of years, is the need for more state training or funding of training for police. We have this crisis intervention training, CIT training, which is an incredible training tool, but it costs money. And it seems like, I know that at the county level, we're getting like $45 per year for training for police officers. That's ridiculous. And so certainly that's a very high priority from my perspective, as well as, I mean, some of these things are just common sense, you know, changing the veterans to the income tax so it's not on the city. I would expect that to happen for sure. So thank you, sir.
All right. Thank you, Representative. Yes, sir? Is it Michael?
Michael,
Yes,
yeah. So I just wanted to say, I think this, of all the issues that you've outlined here today, I think, you know, there's a federal role here that we can play. I know this particular issue in terms of, as the chief mentioned, the police social worker, I believe the CDS process funds were used for exactly that purpose in another community. So I think I'm in the process right now of having conversations with stakeholders for the fiscal year 24 CDS process. So I'd love to get that on the books and to talk through that. I know we've worked with another community, at least possibly not exactly this use case, but if not, very close. So I think having that conversation would make a lot of sense for this upcoming year.
Thank you. Anyone else with any thoughts or questions, anything to, yes, Representative Menster.
So I took a look this morning at the veterans property tax exemption to see kind of what happened here. And as you know, on December 7th, which to me was a really unfortunate day to do this on Pearl Harbor Day, that the House, put an amendment forth from that, on that Senate bill. And so what I, was told is that the governor and the Department of Military and Veterans Affairs opposed the bill because they thought it was confusing for veterans and presented a bureaucratic burden to the Treasury. But I can tell you this right now, there are both Democrats and Republicans who have crafted a version, of this bill, for this year. And the Democratic policy team is working on it, right now. So you probably will see something shortly on that.
Thank you. Yes, Senator
Just
Boyno.
to piggyback on that legislation, yes, Senate Bill 783 that was referred to earlier, it did have bipartisan co-sponsorship on that bill. And yes, it will be reintroduced in both the House and the Senate.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Romano, Commissioner Romano, I should say.
Thank you, Mayor. I would advise you legislators, before you go ahead with that bill, I haven't heard anything from the Veterans Association, and those are the ones that are going to be suffering about this. You're saying it's going to be put in their income tax, reduce their income taxes, so they can reduce their, please. They're doing that for the property tax reduction because they don't have the money to do it. So before you go ahead and you're all in favor of this, the legislatures, I strongly urge you, you better start talking to some veterans, because don't forget they also vote. That's all I have, Mayor. Thank you.
Throwback to the old Councilman Romano. I appreciate that. You know what? You don't have to wonder where Joe Romano stands on an issue.
Not very.
Anyone else, any feedback that you'd like to provide or questions that you have for us on these specific items? Representative Shannon.
Yes, and it was quite the throwback there, but he is calling you Mayor Taylor now after so many years, which is good. It's not Mayor Noddy any longer.
Not Mayor Noddy.
It's quite the flub every once in a while. So, but good to be on a
Look at
panel
this.
with.
Look at our former colleagues here,
Well, it's good to be on this panel with Mr. Romano.
Great to be back with you.
Hey, so it looks like we kind of covered the veterans tax issue. I think that we're going to get to a place that's going to satisfy everyone. But I did want to highlight the other issue of the personal property tax. So my office does have the bill. It's a set of 2 or 3 bills, and so we are looking into this. We're going to have the representative for one of the businesses to kind of take a look at the language and see if this is going to be something that we're going to be able to move across the finish line this time. I've been in contact with their representative since November 30th of last year, and so I'm aware of the issue, and along with Senator Boyno and Senator Weber, we're going to try to tackle this issue because I know it's something that the city would like to see happen. So that's kind of where we're at on that one, but it is in motion, I will say.
Okay. Thank you, Representative Shannon.
I just want to say on the property tax bill, I do have a draft as well, working with Senator Weber on that, and Nate will be spearheading that in the House.
Very good. Anything else? Anyone want to ask any questions of our city administration or of the city council and I while you're here? Are there any projects that you guys in your offices have that we could be helpful to you on accomplishing? Rep. Shannon.
Actually, if I wanted to kind of just piggyback on what City Manager Vanderpool was talking about as far as resource officers go, I did kind of just do a real quick search on what's been taking place, because I thought that I had seen that the governor had put in, I think, $25 million for school resource officers. This was back in January 17th. But I think that what Mr. Vanderpool was getting at is that the jurisdiction still needs to come up with 50% of that. And that's where the problem is, I think, with being able to implement this, is that we need to, as a state, be able to help the jurisdictions to be able to help pay the school districts, just like we do here in Sterling Heights. School district pays 50%, we pay the 50%. I think that that's what Mr. Vanderpool was maybe talking about. And when we get back up to Lansing, something that I want to look at because, we do need to, make sure that our kids are safe when they're attending school. So something that I wrote down as a note, and I'll be looking into it and get back with you.
Okay. Very good. Senator Voino.
I just wanted to comment on Mr. Baird's presentation regarding filling inspector positions. I did a Google search earlier too when I saw the agenda. And when it comes to the hoops they have to jump through, I have 4 pages of all these requirements, and I get it. Formerly working in human resources at the city of Warren, when we had job postings and someone would come in to apply for a civil service position, they didn't meet those exact requirements, even though they were qualified. They then had to go through the appeal process with the Civil Service Commission. But what I'm asking is, there is so much and it is so deep. Any ideas that you can share with us on how to streamline that process would be beneficial, but I get it. It's a complicated process, but when I see 4 pages that go on and the hoops that they have to jump through, yes, something needs to be done, and it does need to be addressed. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Before I jump into council, I would like, since I've asked it a couple different ways and you guys haven't answered me, I'm just going to be blunt. I'd like to go to each one of you and ask with 1 minute, what is one of the top priorities that you have for this upcoming legislative session? One of the top priorities you have for engaging your constituents? Some big overarching goal that you have, because by my count, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, not necessarily new legislators, but new legislators to the city of Sterling Heights. And so I want our residents to be able to know what your priorities are, hear a little bit from you. So I'll start in the reverse order, and I'll put you on the spot. Phil Rode, the district director for new Congressman John James. What is one of John's big goals for this upcoming next 2 years in Congress?
So there's a couple issues here. First of all, I'm from the district, so we have our district goals and then we have our DC goals. And I'm basically setting the district goals, which are basically to service the community. And our goal is to, as John always says, mission first, people always. So we're looking to service our communities in all the federal issues that they have, and that could be passports, immigration, income taxes, a lot of those things. I call it the nuts and bolts, okay? It's probably not as much as you would talk about here, but those are a lot of the issues that our community has, because we're very diverse. We have, and I'm just, when I say diverse, it's top to bottom, left to right. So that is a very high priority for us.
Thank you. Mr. Schmidt, what is the senator's top priority, if you can share with us this upcoming, this year?
Well, I mean, you know, Senator Peters, he's been in office for quite some time now. I think it's safe to say that whether it's defense, whether it's the Great Lakes, Senator Peters has a really established brand, so I think I'll sort of leave that there and speak a little bit more about my role in particular, working with Kevin. So I don't know if all of you are aware, Kevin has recently been sort of bumped up in Senator Peters' office. He's now responsible for all outreach for the state. So he's based in our Pontiac office, where I'm also as well. And that's responsible for sort of our Blue Oak region, so Oakland, Macomb, St. Clair, and then several counties in the Thumb. So obviously Kevin has a wealth of knowledge that he brings to the office and the job. He brought me in sort of in anticipation of this to make sure that I'm particularly in Macomb County on the ground as much as possible to service all of your needs as they come up related to the federal government. So that's my goal over this year, to really be in these rooms and having these conversations with all of you to make sure that you feel like our office is doing our responsibility to all of you and your constituents in Washington.
Thank you. Senator?
The priorities I'm going to divide up between our caucus priorities, where we recently introduced some legislation, and personal priorities of my own. Our caucus priorities, we've introduced some bills already regarding the repeal of the retirement tax. We'll be doing the moving of the presidential primary to February, expand the earned income tax credit, which I believe Representative Shannon will have that bill in the House. Repeal right to work, restore prevailing wage and protections for the LGBTQ community. Personally, I'm working on tweak to the fireworks legislation that was adopted several years ago. Presently, you can discharge approximately 12 days per year commercial fireworks in highly densely populated areas. My bill would give the ability for the local control where council could enact an ordinance to reduce that time frame. Vehicle registration bills. City Manager Vanderpool spoke about how we can get more money back into the communities. I have the old Lucido bill that vehicle registration fees would stay in the county where they are paid, which would help for more money for the locals for their roads. And also, I have a very diverse cultural community. At this time, personally, when you mention engaging constituents, I'm looking at setting up a local office and also to hire a district person as well for the local office. But there's so many different issues: affordable housing, water and infrastructure, and also taking a role in working with Stephanie Chang. She'll be introducing some second look legislation. So I know I covered more than one priority, but we are working on a lot of different areas that are relevant to each of our districts. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative?
One of the things that I'd like to look at is Public Act 51. I had a conversation with the Macomb County Road Commissioner, or Director Brian Santo. We talked about how Macomb County is a donor county. I want that to stop. I want our money to stay here so that we can fix some local roads. You know, you can get these, TAP grants for major roads and thoroughfare roads, but you can't get them for local roads. And I think that that's wrong. So I think some of the only ways to do that is to change Public Act 51. I am concerned about our first responders and their safety and their ability to have the latest updated equipment and, the de-escalation trainings that they need. Half my family are cops. I also have a Border Patrol agent as a family member. And I listen to their stories of the things that they can and cannot do and the trainings that they do and do not have, and it's really concerning to me. So one of the things that's really important to me is to preserve and protect our workers' rights. And that's I'm not going to call it right to work. I'm going to call it the right to freeload, and that needs to stop. So those are a couple of things important. The other thing is, in the city of Mount Clemens, we have a water intake plant, and we sell water to Clinton Township, to Harrison, and to Selfridge Air Force Base. Recently, Eagle told us that they weren't going to be able to renew the permits on our plant because it was built in like 1929. We're going to end up going to Great Lakes Water Authority, and most of the residents are very unhappy with that. They want to keep our own water treatment plant. But in order to do that, we do have to bond out for $45 million. The city of Mount Clemens is incapable of bonding out for $45 million. Our bonding limit is about 49. So we're going to be forced to go to Great Lakes, and I would like to see some kind of assistance from the state and federal level to make sure municipalities have a choice and can maintain clear, clean, fresh water for their residents. And as the senator said, retirement tax, we're all over that.
Good.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I'm sorry, I didn't write your name down when you said it, but the representative from Senator Chang's office.
Oh, sorry.
Hi, my name is Nina Robinson, and I'm Senator Chang's community liaison, so I will be doing a lot of community outreach with you guys, hopefully in the near future. But some of the priorities Senator Chang has is police accountability fund, housing mitigation and rent, climate resilience, small business grants, and some of the community projects our office is planning on doing is a community justice, a community justice town hall, and several community resource fairs. So I hope I can get connected with any of the community resources or programs you guys have so we can make it a better and even bigger, sorry, not a good public speaker, but
We're doing fine.
event. Thanks.
You did great. Thank you. We appreciate you being here. Rep. Shannon?
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. So a few of the things that I was going to bring up have been brought up already, but I did see a lot of council members' lights, our faces light up when Senator Bueno talked about fireworks. That's been an issue, and especially Councilman Yanez. I know that that's been an issue for him for some time. I guess beyond as far as how we fund our roads, because I too want to look as the chair of transportation into Public Act 51, and also how we fund our roads with regard to what Senator Bueno said on registration fees. We have an issue that we're going to be dealing with, and I think it was alluded to by the mayor earlier about how, or I'm sorry, it was actually Councilman Yanez, about how we are likely not going to have combustible engines on the road in the foreseeable future, I would say. And so we need to figure out how we're going to fund our roads when it comes to EVs. So that's another issue that we'll be looking at in the Transportation Committee. A lot of families right now are struggling with issues of inflation and other things. And so the first bill that I enrolled was to increase the earned income tax credit from the current 6% to the 20% that is in my bill right now, and would like to see that to give some relief to families who are struggling. Also would like to see it was late last year, I submitted a bill that would give a $500 tax rebate to our working families. And the money's there, and I still think that we can do that, even though we're kind of focusing on the EITC right now. I still think that we could get some money into people's, into their hands so that they're able to deal with some of the struggles that a lot of them are facing right now. So that's going to be something that I'm really going to be looking at. And then another issue for me, one of the top priorities I'm going to be looking at with the Transportation Committee is worker safety. There are tragically too many deaths with road workers, coming up that we face every year here in the state of Michigan, and we really want to look at coming up with ways that we're able to protect our workers, because we need to get those roads fixed, and we need to be able to have people there that aren't in danger on a daily basis. So those are a couple things that I'm hoping to get through. As far as, there are bigger ideas with regard to education, but I won't go into all those issues that I'm looking at. But I think we're with education funding right now, we're in a good position from the last budget that we put in place last year. So that's all that I have.
All right. Thank you. Is this on? Yeah, all right. Yeah. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor Taylor and council members. And thanks particularly for having this, this list for us. And I don't think any of these things, while obviously some of them are challenging, they're not insurmountable, I don't think. And it's something that we can certainly work with on a bipartisan basis to try to accomplish this year. In terms of my personal, what I'd like to see happen, I think a big thing from, just the election year last year was the cost of living, inflation, and what we're seeing is not just, the EITC bill, with regard to the pension tax. I think on our side of the aisle, we like to see, for all seniors, some sort of relief. And then you may have read, in the papers last week that during the revenue estimating conference, there's potential for a income tax rollback that would be triggered automatically based on where the state's financial book is at currently. And so all those are things that we would like to see money get back in the pockets of folks as quickly as possible, not over, phase it out over a 4-year period. And then the other focus, and there's a lot of focuses, but I'll just focus on these two, but is in terms of the aerospace and defense industry, working obviously within this defense corridor and working again, kind of helping to take that caucus from what Senator McDonald worked on and, carry it forward with colleagues on a bipartisan basis. And I think that will be good for the community as well.
Yeah, well, you can see there's a lot to be done and a lot of commitment by a lot of our state representatives on different issues. My district has got a huge percentage of first-generation Americans. Obviously, servicing them is an extremely important aspect of my job as a state representative. And to speak specifically to issues, road funding is extremely high priority. Cutting the cost of road construction, there's a variety of ways of handling that issue, which is also important. And we've already mentioned the need for increased training for our police. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Commissioner Romano?
Thank you, Mayor. You're right, I've never been bashful. For those that don't know me, I'll tell it like it is, and if you don't like it, that's too bad. But as some of you know, or most of you should know, we have a new prosecutor here in Macomb County, Mr. Lucido. And my committee, as I mentioned before, is Records and Public Safety. And with a lot of discussions with Mr. Lucido, he follows along the same lines that I do, and we've all heard the statement before. If you do the crime, you're going to do the time. He's very limited with his plea bargaining, and I've encouraged that. I've also encouraged him to have meetings with the judicial system to prosecute these people to the full extent of the law. I've never been a tree hugger, and I'm not going to start being one. Safety for my residents has always been and will be #1 for me in my district, for my people of Sterling Heights. Recently, the Sheriff's Department, Tony Wickersham, and I had a discussion because he was losing deputies. They'd come in, get their trainings, and then they'd go to police departments. Why? Because the pay was better, the benefits were better. So encouraged the county, my commissioners, fellow commissioners, provided pay raises for them and some better benefits for them to encourage them to stay. I supported the surcharge for the 911. I was a swing vote, much to the dismay of some of my other commissioners, but I feel he's strong again, very strong for public safety. We need to support our first responders. They're the forefront for us. That's the only protection we're supposed to really have in front of us. That's all I have, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Romano. Commissioner Van Sickle.
Thank you, Mayor. Executive Hackle has brought forth ARPA money suggestions for both underground infrastructure and for the jail intake center. And I strongly support both of these. I sit on the Macomb Intermediate Drainage District Board, and our underground infrastructure is in dire shape of much work after years of neglect. You know, it's true, out of sight, out of mind. Well, underground infrastructure is all out of sight. And that's why we've had a couple of sinkholes in this area. They could have been prevented if we had done the proper inspection and routine maintenance on those. The good news is, though, we're starting to do it now, but it will be a long job and take a lot. One of the things that I've come to find out is you've probably all heard of Highland Park not paying their Great Lakes water bill. Great Lakes, water bill. We may need some state help to get them to take care of their responsibilities so that our community doesn't have to pay extra to support that community. I don't know if that's a legislative thing or on the governor's shoulders, but I think we could use some state help for that. I'm also, there's an organization between Wayne, Oakland, and Macomb counties called the Tri-State Summit. We had two subcommittees, one on broadband infrastructure, which I sit on, and one on water infrastructure. Broadband is something we're going to have to address in the near future. There's underserved areas, and we need to look at getting monies into rolling out a digital highway to some of these other areas that have underground, or excuse me, have broadband needs. Not so much in Sterling Heights, but certainly in Macomb County, there are holes in our service areas, and we need to address these because, as people have mentioned before, there's more work from home and digital commerce and also education if we ever have to go into another lockdown. So we need to make sure our citizens can access the digital highway. And we may need state help in getting funding for doing that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Commissioner Van Sickle. I appreciate the answers and the responses. I'll give Representative Menster just a brief follow-up.
Yeah, I just have a brief follow-up on the Highland Park unpaid bills. I have a chart here that I've kept of money charged to Macomb County communities to pay for the Highland Park unpaid bills, and this was effective July 1, 2022 for fiscal year 2023. For Sterling Heights, water, $54,800, sewer, $289,810, for a total of $344,610 charged to Sterling Heights.
Yeah, we certainly are aware of that. And we appreciate, we are doing everything we can to bring it to the attention of the people who can make a difference here. So we appreciate that. Thank you again for that. At this time, what I'd like to do is open it up to our city council, and if they have any comments or questions. We've got about 20 minutes of our allotted time left, so if everybody can try to keep it to 3 or 4 minutes, that would be great. So I'll open it up. Who'd like to go first? Mr. Radke.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. There are several things to talk about, but there was one thing that no one mentioned, and it's Lakeside Mall. We understand that it's a tricky situation, but to us, there is no more important project for the future of Sterling Heights than Lakeside Mall. And if we have these incentive programs that were created for transformative developments, there will not be a larger transformative development in Macomb County than the remaking of Lakeside Mall. You know, they pitch these tax credits to us as statewide initiatives, but the money seems to go all to Detroit and all to Wayne County, and we're all paying the bill. We need this money here in Macomb County, not because it's a free ride, but to really make Lakeside the development it deserves. You know, we all pay, but it seems like it all goes one way. This often the time in Macomb County, we donate road money, we donate tax money, we donate to Highland Park. We're kind of sick of it. And I want money for Lakeside, because at the end of the day, this will change Macomb County for the better, it'll change Sterling Heights for the better, because otherwise we're gonna have a decrepit, broken mall in a parking lot. We have said we want to create homes, we want to create commercial spaces. So I won't belabor the point, but that is our number one issue. And I didn't hear one thing from anyone here. I hate to put you on the spot.
We didn't bring it up in any of these. They were going directly to this, Michael.
They haven't mentioned any.
Well, we're going on this.
Well,
we did bring it up, Liz. You'll get a chance.
Okay,
Don't worry.
fine.
you know, but it's of paramount importance to us. And I can't stress that enough. Just some little things, I guess I'll go through really quickly. I won't even discuss them. You know, I know that Senator Gary Peters' office is here. The Middle Eastern and North African census category is essential for Sterling Heights. It was in the last census, it needs to be in the next census. You know, we have a large foreign-born population here, but because census categories don't describe them, we have no idea of the full size and scope of them. It's a real problem for us. I sit on the MML's Transportation Committee, and there's several things that we've talked about in the past. Senator Lucido, who's now the prosecutor, had a bill for several years that would allow large municipalities to put an extra penny on the gas sold in their communities. That would go right back to locals. That would be essential in Sterling Heights. It would help us fund our roads program. Another thing that I really want to talk about is transportation funding. Not just roads, but transit. We have a $9 billion surplus right now in the state of Michigan. And everybody wants to put it here or there, but we will not be a first-class metro region until we have a first-class transit system. It is what is holding our region back from young adults working here, families locating here. We have the money now. We should build it. And I guess one more quick one. Sure. Ballot pre-processing and funding. Something that has, we need the ability to pre-process ballots, especially with 9 days of pre-voting now. We should be able to process those ballots immediately. And it's an unfunded mandate right now. The state keeps on saying, there's no unfunded mandate, that you constantly are putting unfunded mandates on us. This is just one more. That's all I have for now, but if we come back, I'll have more.
Okay, who'd like to go next?
Sorry.
Mrs. Sarowski.
Nope, I was talking to Maria, sorry.
Oh, anyone else? Any questions, comments? Mr. Yanis?
I'll keep it as short as possible. I don't have anything too heady. First of all, I want to thank all of you for coming together today. I think this is an unprecedented meeting like this today in a multi-level, governmental, bipartisan, bicameral meeting. I know that in my last term, I got all the Macomb County reps together. There's 10 of us. I said, the 10 of us could be a voting block and we could make real change in Lansing. And then, it's crazy time. Yeah. It's crazy time. And I know Representative Kuhn, you made a comment about common sense. Yeah, common sense stops at the Lansing border, buddy. You're in the bubble. It doesn't happen. But the reality is, if we do all work together and we put partisanship aside to focus on key issues, we're going to be successful. And it's not just Sterling Heights. You represent Warren. You represent Clinton Township, the largest township in the state. Rochester Hills, another large city in Oakland County. Troy. You represent large areas that are going to benefit from these things that we're talking about. So it's not just about Sterling Heights. So I hope you all find common ground on key issues and you can put partisanship aside. I know next year in 2024 that it's crazy time and everything just goes off to the side. But, if you could just please focus on those important issues, you're going to be serving all your constituents, not just here in Sterling Heights. Toll roads. So, we talk about road funding. I brought this up in 2013. I got laughed out of the room at toll roads. It'll never happen here. It can't happen here. Federal laws won't let it happen here. Now we're talking about toll roads. We got to find a way to fund these roads. This idea that they're using out, I think in Washington, Oregon, where you have to report your mileage is, to me, that's just crazy. You have a little device in your car and so forth. It's just more governmental intrusion. I think toll roads are I'd like to see a real study on toll roads to see for paying for Michigan roads as we move to more and more electric vehicles. We're going to have to do that. The numbers are astronomical what we might be losing on road funding, and that of course trickles down to the locals. We talked earlier today about maybe expanding one of our parks and getting trust fund grants is important. We have, every time we pave over something, that means pollutants will get into the water. So we want to have as much parkland as possible, pervious, or rather porous, what am I trying to say? Porous toppings, porous asphalt. Surfaces, thank you. Porous surfaces and so forth. But I think certainly parkland grants and grants from the Michigan Natural Resources Trust Fund will be key to helping our community. I know Part 115 was changed. We just had a discussion here again talking about recycling. I really think we need to make sure that we make sure that both the local communities and the county can afford the expansion of recycling, especially organic recycling. Organic recycling is a very important issue, but we have no place to take the leaves and grass because people don't want composting in their communities, and we really need to address that. And then last but not least, we talked today about sending a resolution regarding Oakland County dumping sewage overflow into the Red Run Drain. I read Oakland County Water Commissioner or Water Resource Commissioner Nash's response to Mrs. Miller's resolution. I don't know. You guys got to figure it out, and you guys from the federal government, this is really going to come down to you. I remember going to a meeting 20 years ago, and Congressman Levin said, this will cost $1 billion. Well, that was 20 years ago. It's still going to cost a lot of money. And if we had done something back then, maybe we wouldn't be facing this issue now. This is an important issue. I fought, when I was in the legislature, I fought very hard from the minority end of it to, get this in St. Clair Shores, the reservoir. I forget the name of it, pardon? Capuchin, yeah, yes. And it finally happened, right? But we need more and better infrastructure, especially when it comes to our stormwater sewage overflows. And and that's big federal money. So we need help with that. That's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Yanez, and thank you for bringing this idea to the attention of Mr. Vanderpool and me, and I think this was a good...
Hopefully it's helpful.
I think it is helpful. Council, anyone else with any comments or questions? Mrs. Zarko?
Thank you, Mayor.
We're running, the rest of us are running out of time now.
Right.
Oh, guess what? Guess what? Okay. First of all, I want to thank everybody for being here. Some of you are meeting for the first time, but I'm going to meet some of you again in Lansing on, I think it's February 9th. I serve as president of the Municipal League, Michigan Municipal League Board of Trustees. And as you sit here and you listen to what we think are priorities in our area, I know when you get up to Lansing and you sit in that room with your colleagues, they have other important issues as well that are different throughout the state. So I can understand and I can sympathize with you making decisions when you get there. It's not always easy. So there's a couple of things. In the last budget, which has been a thorn in my side since it was passed, there was a contribution to pension plans for communities that did not meet the obligation of 60% funded. There are 250 communities throughout the state that met that obligation by putting that responsibility on their taxpayers. Now, it wasn't that there wasn't money in order to give the other 250 communities some type of contribution to their pension plan that would ease the burden on their residents. And I'm hoping that you'll consider bringing some of this to the attention of your colleagues, that it isn't just Sterling Heights. There are 250 other communities out there that were in the same position. So I'm hoping that maybe you'll look at that so that we can have some kind of relief, especially with the volatility of the stock market in the last, 15 months. Grateful that you're working on the fireworks, but also to bring in connection with that is quit taking away our local control. We are able to run our cities by the communities, by the people that we serve. And I think taking away our local control is a disservice to us. So hopefully you'll stop taking away local control. We are very inclusive, and we're looking forward to you being active not just here today in this forum, but in the social events that we provide throughout the city throughout the year, whether it be our cultural exchange, which will be coming up next, whether it's Sterling Fest, Music in the Park. Your constituents need to see you and who you are and who they can reach out to when they need a helping hand. So I hope that you'll make that a priority, is to be seen in our community throughout the year. We have a youth advisory board, and this is something that nobody really brought up, but we asked these kids that are in high school what their priorities are as looking forward into the city, into the future, what they want their city to look like. One of the aspects that they brought to us that they thought was a concern was mental health. And I think this has to be addressed, because if you find teenagers saying that mental health is a problem in our community. It's whether it be generational, whether it's a different kind of mental health for a different type of age group, depending on whether they're a teenager or whether they're a senior citizen. We need help, and that help comes in resources so that we can provide and hire people that can fill those needs and help us out. So I think that's all I have right now, and I know where to find all of you.
Thank you, Mrs. Zarko. Am I right, Mrs. Schmidt?
Thank you. I would also like to thank all of you for coming today. You all have some great, ambitious goals, and I'm looking forward to seeing what we all get accomplished together, because we are all in this together. We are going to ask of your help, and you can ask us for help as well. We're all representing the same people, so it's important that we all succeed in our jobs. One thing that wasn't mentioned that I'm going to bring up for our federal legislators, I happen to be looking at the future of Social Security, and I noticed when you pull up if you retire at this age, you'll get this much, if you retire at that age. So it says right on there that as of 2034, funding will be cut to $780 per $1,000 that you would be getting right now. I think the federal government needs to understand that cutting that money from senior citizens that have worked hard all their life for that and planned for that needs to be a true focus as well. That funding needs to stay 100%. They need to get it done in Washington to make sure that the senior citizens that have worked all their life for something they've been told they're going to has, and for future generations as well. This is just going to snowball if it's not nipped in the bud now. But it was kind of like, that's only 11 years. 11 years from now, they're already warning you that your Social Security is going to be cut $220 a month. So that's my challenge to our federal legislators. Like I said, as far as everyone else, I'm excited to hear about fireworks being repealed or giving us a little more control. My dog thanks you. A lot of vets thank you. Unfortunately, enforcing that Pandora's box is really difficult to do for our police officers. But if, we have some more strict guidelines, hopefully we can get that done on our end as well. As far as road funding, everybody needs road funding. That's no surprise. And I think that's it for me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Schmidt. Mrs. Koski.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to thank everyone for attending today. I think this is the first time we've ever had a joint session like this, and I think it's very productive. This way we get to know who you are and what your goals are and how we can assist you in reaching your goals. It's the old story. If we stay united, work as a team, we can accomplish anything. Hopefully, you'll be able to help us with our goals. Purpose of getting together is to work together. So again, thank you. You've got some very ambitious goals, and fireworks, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Koski, helping us stay right on track. And if Mayor Pro Tem Sarowski keeps her comments to less than a minute, we'll get out of here at 5.
Okay, I'll make it brief then. I'm not a
But
pontificator.
take as much time as you need.
Oh, yeah, well, I've
And
already
you
been
guys
given.
just stand up and walk away if she goes on for too long. Whoa, I'm just kidding with you. You're the one that said to move it along.
I did say to move it along, however, no one took my advice.
Okay, let's go.
So I will go as quickly as possible. So again, thank you all for being here. I do know quite a few of you, but it was wonderful to meet those of you that I haven't yet met or had not yet met, and those of you who I didn't quite get to talk to, looking forward to working with you. So I will keep it brief then. I think that you heard a lot of us, and you were able to hear from us that we needed some increase in revenue sharing. So please keep that in mind on your legislations and anything that you're doing and who you can influence on that. We do need more money, always need more money for our programs. On those legislation in House bills, Senate bills that you are working on, please remember that we do want, as Mrs. Ziarko and Ms. Koski has mentioned, we do want a little more control. Please remember that. Give back to the governments that you can. Keep our control in mind. We would really appreciate that. And any current bills that are already going through, those that you can, keep the current cities in mind, that those things that can give us some teeth back into our cities, we would appreciate anything that you can do for us in that respect. Again, yes, thank you for decreasing those 12 days of fireworks to anything that you can give us. That would be wonderful. Looking forward to seeing what we can do with some mental health issues. And then again, yes, as a Medicare and Medicaid person that lives and breathes what funding we get for that on the federal level, please continue to give and push and give any information you can to your gentleman, Senator Peters and Representative James, that we do need to continue to give whatever we can to our seniors. That is exactly what they need. I'm going to kind of keep it that short since I have more to say, but I've been given my walking papers by the mayor. That's all I have. Thank you.
The man.
Listen, I cannot stop you from doing anything you want, and God knows
You know
I've
that.
tried in the
I wouldn't,
past.
you know you can't really control me, but
I
that's
love you,
okay.
Liz. Look, I want to thank all of you for being here. We hope that this is the start of a conversation and not the end. We anticipate that we will see you over the summer, as Ms. Zarko said, that we have a number of, not just the summers, you know, coming up soon. We have a lot of different festivals and farmers market, music in the park, and we encourage you to be there. That's where you can really see the residents of our community and touch base with them and connect with them. This is a list that we do hope that you'll take with you and just look at it, maybe share it with your staff, see if there's something that you guys can do to help. As Mr. Radke said, Lakeside Mall is an incredible priority for us. If you ask members of the community, that is like the number one thing people ask about. What's going on with Lakeside Mall? They're excited about that potential transformation, and if we could get that over the finish line, I'd say more than anything else on here, that's something that the community talks about a lot. But like that ground emergency medical transport program was explained to me, it seems like we just got to push and work together and get that done. And we're going to support our first responders and help them and make sure our community stays safer. So these are really important priorities to us. Obviously, you guys have great priorities. I'm hoping that this is a catalyst to continue working together, form better relationships amongst all of us, and do everything that we can to improve the quality of life for the residents and citizens that we serve together, because isn't that what it's all about? So thank you all for being here. And, oh no, I'm not ending the meeting. We're going to have to, I'm going to take like a 3-minute recess to allow our state and federal legislators and county legislators to get up. And is there anything else, Senator Voino?
Just wanted to ask if you could put together a meeting again like you did, I think it was in the spring or the summer, where you brought in some of the legislators at that time to discuss the Lakeside project. And I know
yeah, we would be
some
happy.
of us, everybody's new, so if you could maybe do that again, that's very informative.
That's a great suggestion. We did that last year. I would say we can give us a week or two and we'll start reaching out to everyone that's here and to give you an update on what's going on with Lakeside Mall. I mean, we can show you some pretty impressive plans and ideas and show you just what kind of financial impact it would have economically on the surrounding area and on the city of Sterling Heights. And I think you'll agree that there's really not another project in the county's history that would match what could potentially be here in Sterling Heights. So thank you for that. And with that, I will say we will stand in recess for about 3 minutes. Thank you again, guys. Okay, calling this meeting back to order. We are rounding third and heading for home now. So at this point, I will open the floor up to communications from citizens. And I don't know that we even have any left. Perfect. Is there anyone who'd like to speak on any item not on today's agenda? Seeing none, I'll close that portion, and we'll move on to reports from city administration. Anything tonight, Mr. Vanderpool?
Nothing further.
Council, any new business reports tonight? Mrs. Zarko?
No, I just want to thank everybody. This is my favorite meeting of the year. I tell you that every year.
You're crazy.
But yes, and I think we learned a lot. I think it was a great suggestion to bring our legislators in so that they could hear from us firsthand. Yeah, I think this was, it was informative and I enjoyed it. So thank
I
you.
think, believe it or not, that like 8 hours goes pretty quickly. And I think it's productive and very helpful. So,
And it's
Good
finally
thing you had the
evening.
breaks in between.
well, yeah, the breaks were good too. Council, anyone else?
Mayor Taylor?
Mrs. Schmidt, or I'm sorry, Mrs. Sarowski.
You need a break. Yes, I do agree with Mrs. Ziarko, having the legislators and their representatives was the best part of it. I think it was, or the second best part, because we did need to have the strategic plan go through. But yes, I think that was a really good move. So I second that.
Very good. Council, anyone else? Well, on behalf of all of us, I want to thank the people behind me for your presentations today. Normally, I'd be able to look at you, but I thought this was a good setup today, and I appreciate the work that goes into it, because I know that your boss, Mr. Vanderpool, behind me, is pretty demanding about stuff like this, and I want to say that's why I think the city council appreciates him, and he appreciates, and we appreciate the work that you guys do. Every time it's A+, there's almost no exceptions. It's very good. It's very thorough. I don't think there's another city in the state of Michigan that can compete with the type of service and professionalism that the city of Sterling Heights offers to its residents across from every department. And I honestly mean that. And I'm not just saying that. So we can't say enough up here about the work that you guys do. So thank you. Thank you.
I have to second that. Mike Weber, who was one of the representatives up here, said that he was absolutely impressed and has never, even as a state rep, has never had this type of professionalism from any city.
Well, that doesn't surprise me in the least because he's from Rochester Hills.
Well, there you go. Just saying.
And on that, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
Support.
It's been moved and supported. With no discussion, all in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. This meeting is adjourned. Thank you, everyone.